Look at this now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
Joining us today are, once again, Periodic Pete and I Know Nothing.
Hello.
And
greetings, friends.
Joining us for the first time as a new friend of the channel, the friend of Twilight, is OnyxStrider. How would you like to be called on stream? OnyxStrider? Would you like to be called by your real name, or how do you want to handle it?
My real name will work. I think everybody refers to me by my actual name once they learn it anyway, so...
I told you.
I do not care.
If it's any consolation, I'm using my real name too, so it's not. I'm not. we can have a club. Woo!
Where is the watch?
Club of the real names?
Yeah.
Why is Watch Together not showing up on this bloody thing? One moment.
Oh dear.
It's okay.
I mean, my real name's on this book, so I can't really comment.
Yeah.
See, the club is growing.
I am the only truly anonymous one.
What are you talking about?
Well, most people.
Fuck you, Raymond.
Most people think that your actual name is Raymond. So.
That's the point. No one knows who I really am.
No, your real name is actually Steve.
Steve the Phoenix.
The truth comes out.
I just imagine you have this mythical, amazing flying bird just descend from the skies. People feel like they're witnessing a message from God himself. They're like, "Who are you?" I am Steve.
I was honestly gonna make a joke about some might call me Tim.
There it is. All right, there we go. All right, got that figured out there. Wait, your name isn't Raymond? You lied to me, Raymond. Yes, surprise, surprise. I like anonymity on the internet.
What?
You're covering Movie Bob? God have mercy on your soul. Yep. Today, basically what happened is Kaiser had to check out today. He basically was pulled in for a thing he couldn't get out of. So we were like, okay, we got to scramble for what we're going to do today. And what we decided to land on today was, well, just kind of threw it out there. I'm like, hey, let's just watch this Movie Bob video because he's always a laugh. And Twy was like, I'm scared. And I was like, good. That's an appropriate reaction.
Yep. Well, I still have Lily PTSD, so
yeah.
Just to be clear, since like this is a video of Movie Bob that's been around for a while, Raymond, are you the only other person in the chat or like in the call besides me who's actually seen this video?
I think so, and I should actually qualify here. I am familiar with Movie Bob back during his heyday on The Escapist.
Cool.
Oh dang!
Because I actually, my naive little self, I listened, and I didn't really listen very closely. I just it was one of those things that it's The Escapist, one of their videos updated, and I was really much following a bunch of their series, and he would occasionally come up, so I'd just watch him and never really think too deeply about it. And then someone pointed something else out, and it kind of clicked about some interesting comments he made, and there were actually some bad comments he made on the critical side of things that I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? There's a whole video he does on Halo that I remember watching and being like, what the hell are you smoking? That is not at all. That is
Halo.
Yeah, it was actually, I think his first big picture video was talking about Halo, and his mentality was that it was anti-diversity.
Excuse you?
Because the big enemy was a coalition of alien races that were all united together in peaceful harmony to attack to accomplish goals together peaceably. And it's like, okay,
what goals were they though, Bob?
Yeah, what goals were they, Bob?
Everything.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah. It was it was an interesting take on Bob's part, and should have been a major warning sign that I heeded a little more closely. But it wasn't until years later when people started really digging into him that I was like, Oh yeah. Holy shit, this man's insane.
He marinated his chicken in Mountain Dew.
Ew. Yeah, I
I'm
remember
sorry?
that.
This is like a core memory that I had somehow like forgotten. I too remember this.
That's-
There was something else I was going to put on screen. You continue.
I was
That was
gonna
like
say,
one of the few things that I knew about him other than his bad takes.
I just knew that he has bad takes, and he was the videos that I skipped on my way to the zero punctuation videos.
So, legendarily, because I wanted to actually issue a challenge
Oh!
to the chat.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yes, the movie Bob challenge.
Yes.
What?
So this, if you're looking on screen right now, you can see it.
Huh?
Someone posted randomly and said, someone offers you $3,500 to finish everything on this tray in 90 minutes. Would you do it? Bob retweeted this by saying, that's a fairly small amount of McDonald's for an average-sized person, I'd say. The main reason fast food cooks so fast and lasts so short is that there isn't much density to it. I wouldn't want to eat a double helping of nuggets in that time frame, but I could easily. So,
Easily, he says.
so let's go through what's on this platter exactly. From McDonald's, you have 2 large fries, you have 2 20-piece McNuggets, you have 4 double cheeseburgers, and 4 large drinks.
I think one of the burgers is a single for some reason.
No, I think
Yeah.
it's just like skewed. I think
Oh, is it?
the
Oh,
patty
okay.
is just slipped.
I don't
behind.
think the full image is on screen there.
It isn't. I'm trying to trying to figure out how to put this on best. Reopen close tab.
So how do you guys think that you would last with that challenge?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. If I get $1,000 on my Patreon, I will do this challenge on screen. I don't think I think I could pull it off, but I don't want to.
4 burgers, 2 nuggets, 2 large fries. Honestly, the
the
thing
4
that threw me-
drinks, I think, are the big thing for me is just because I don't know if so like
it'll be
make
the,
whatever arguments you want
be the
about like
fries.
fast food. Like I feel like the sodas are what would fill me up the most.
It's the fries, actually. It's the salt
really?
and the fries.
It's going to be the soda and the fries that I think kill you.
Yeah.
Greater Bar says, "Oh man, doing the movie Bob video. Damn, only video seen on him was TMNT related or the Magic Mush video and his crazy points. Oh yeah, he also had a horrible take on Joker. I remember that.
Like what?
Oh, I can't remember what it was. I
want to say
Joker.
Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down, Raymond? 'Cause I want to say like it started off being like again like I'm vaguely remember because I remember he made like a couple videos on Joker, I want to say.
Yeah.
And it started off with like a tweet before the movie had come out basically being like, oh, this is going to be such a nothing movie and people are going to move on from it. And then people continued talking about it and then he started making videos on it. It's like why are people still talking about this?
Izanagi says early super chat, but oh boy, as someone who used to watch movie Bob, I can't wait to see the poorly aged stuff from one of his old locales. Also, that challenge would kill even me, and I can eat a good bit. I can attest to this.
Yeah, same.
But don't say poorly aged because anything he released is instantly aged. We just didn't realize it in the moment.
Oh my gosh.
Like all of his
The milk-
takes are awful. I'm trying to think of one that like ultimately lands.
The water is good for you.
I don't know if he agrees with that, honestly.
You know what? That's fair.
This is the man that was so upset that his beer cans got knocked over by a stray breeze. Because he apparently had 100 of them stacked up next to a windowsill.
You'll get an answer out of that.
I'm trying to think of Nazis are bad. Surely that's a take that he's had before. Surely.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll eventually play movie Bob or Nazi. That's a game on our list.
I'm looking forward to it.
Game?
That's a game. You give
That
the
is a
guess.
game.
That is pain.
Yeah.
Oh
Can I
my God.
explain to the uninitiated? I'm sorry. I'm just
Go ahead. It's
yeah. So there long ago, before when MovieBob didn't have a filter on online, people began to notice a lot of patterns in the kinds of things that he would just say on Twitter, on YouTube, just pretty much anywhere. And some guy decided to make a quiz out of it, where he would put a bunch of quotes that MovieBob has made, mix them together with a bunch of quotes that some far right-leaning
White
Nazi or just general
supremacist,
white
Nazis,
supremacist person,
and we're talking
and they
like
would
all
replace
across the time span. It's not just Nazis, but like modern white supremacists as well. So it would be harder to tell. Mix up some of the language too to make it even more obscure.
They would replace like certain keywords that would help you figure out like who possibly said it, and replace it with like some kind of buzzword or something like that to generalize it. And basically, you have to guess, was this said by a Nazi or MovieBob?
I've never seen someone get above 50%.
Oh my god!
Without
Holy
cheating.
crap!
Without cheating. And a lot of that is helped by just knowing MovieBob quotes.
Here's the thing too, is that like when it first came out, a lot of like the quotes were kind of fresh in my mind. Nowadays, when I feel like MovieBob has a bit more of a filter on and doesn't say as many batshit crazy stuff as he did back then, I honestly don't even know if I could get as high a score as I did my first time.
I'm still baffled that he got hired on by the game theorists. I don't know how.
He did?
Yes,
Oh.
he's one of the writers for the theory channels.
Oh no.
Hey, fucking yo!
I don't know why they would hire him. He's a nutcase. Like his record is very publicly visible.
Yeah.
There's a lot we could cover about him in terms of just like we could go in every single direction. There's actually a video, and I would have probably brought that up, but I watched the EFAP on it. I wanted to kind of like give time so that I can kind of scrub everyone else's opinions on things from, and comments and such, and have my own take. But there's a whole video that goes over the history of MovieBob, and it's a really good deep dive. That might be on our list to cover in the future, because he is a funny guy in like a sad way.
I don't remember, has June the King ever covered him?
That seems like a June the King type topic.
Yeah.
The thing is, for as terrible as MovieBob is, he's all bluster. I don't think he has actively harmed someone in the same vein as, say, like Lily Orchard has.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too.
It's why, like, of the most like despicable locals, he's harmless so long as no one puts him in a position of power.
Yeah. So long
Okay,
as he
that
still
gives
has
me-
movies to review, we'll be fine.
That gives me. Oh shit! I now see the thumbnail. This fucker's gonna talk about Magneto. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Yup.
Yes!
Why,
Yup.
why do you think I said I still have PTSD from Lily? Because it's the same topic.
Yeah.
Fair
You know
enough.
what?
never mind.
Actually, that would be great. There's a video apparently he made about the Snow White remake. So,
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Because of
God.
course he did.
if we get done with this soon enough, it's only a 6-minute video, but Bob is a dense one. He is a dense boy. If we get done with that soon enough, we might cover that. And we can actually look at a little bit of the humor that's kind of funny about this, because before this video airs, this is a re-upload to his YouTube channel. And he states in the opening title slide, the following episode of The Big Picture was produced in 2011 for The Escapist, and reflects the audio, video, and overall production quality required of the site and asked of the producers of the time. It has been upscaled and re-rendered to more modern standards to the best of the producer's capabilities as of 2020. Your capabilities, Bob. Don't say producers. But obviously may not look or sound like newly produced professional web video. The funniest thing about this is that his production quality has not changed.
Oh my god!
I think
he's gotten a new microphone, and I think that's about it.
Wow.
Well,
Yeah.
that's something.
Yeah, I'll just copy the Escapist, like what, or actually not the Escapist.
Yahtzee.
Yahtzee. Yeah, I'll just copy Yahtzee. I don't need to.
Well, that's basically what he does, and
Yeah.
you'll see that. It's just not as interesting as what Yahtzee does. Yahtzee's a lot more creative.
Well, what I also find funny about this. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Well, I was about to start, so you can have your last say on that.
Okay, sorry. What I find funny about this disclaimer is that it's a disclaimer for the production quality and not the content of the ideas.
There is actually a qualified. There is another one after
Oh,
this.
is there?
That was from the original
I
video.
see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I'm pretty sure that goes out the window soon enough. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember exactly what's in this video, which is kind of a nice thing because like I can now make raw commentary on it.
Well,
but
the reason why I was saying that is because I was curious if like he's ashamed of like this, but like wanted to put it back up to kind of be like just, oh yeah, this is who I used to be or something like that. I don't
like, know if Movie Bob has the word shame in his dictionary.
I'm just saying this is from
That in
what
itself
I
is a
remember
shame.
about this video, it's a weird one to like actually feel proud enough to re-upload. Like I'm not exactly one to necessarily talk. I keep a lot of my old uploads.
Anyone
on my
remember that he painted his doorknob green? Yes.
I'm sorry.
Why?
Excuse you?
What?
He painted
To have a green
his entire
screen.
wall. His entire wall was painted green, top to bottom.
Uh-huh.
Instead of just buying a green screen and hanging it for like $70, which
Well-
you
well,
can
let's-
do, he decided to paint his entire wall, which includes a door which upsets the green screen because of the shading, and then a fucking door. So even when he uses the green screen, you can see there's a fucking door there.
Raymond, which would you rather pay for? $70 for a green screen or $40 for a can of paint?
If I was
just-
Movie Bob,
my-
the paint requires
So
physical
dumb.
effort.
The first thing that comes to my head is season 1 of Invincible of Titan painting Invincible's name but not finishing it, and he says, "Well, paint's expensive. You got a long ass name."
Oh yeah. Also, like in later videos, you can see the paint peeling. So it's like
Oh
and
no!
There
my
are
God.
times where he doesn't even use the fucking green screen. He just stands in front of the green wall. It's like, it looks ugly, my dude. Use it.
Why?
Some say that his wall is still green to this day.
It probably is.
Definitely peeling, but still green.
Yeah, it's still peeling.
How? How does it peel so fast?
Dude, I do not want to imagine the weird aerosolized materials in Bob's house.
Oh.
All right.
Oh,
Do
oh.
you think you could like take a breath in and get like several different chemical diseases?
Probably.
Izanagi says, "Oh dear God, given the game Overthinker, I'm pretty sure that low quality is consistent." Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And the game Overthinker was a clear attempt to try and like, well, obviously like ape on the angry video game nerd and the nostalgia critic. And by God, I never actually watched any of the game Overthinker because weirdly, nostalgia critic and the angry video game nerd and a lot of other channel awesome people, when they did the skits and such, they were cringe, but like endearingly so. Meanwhile, Bob, it feels slimy.
I mean, you say that, but at the same time, I still have Melvin Brother the Joker in the back of my head. Every
Okay,
time that I
look,
think
I'm
about
not
it.
saying that
we don't talk
nostalgia.
about
I'm not saying Doug Walker was was batting 1,000 there. All right, he wasn't exactly-
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Kaiser asks if we've read the Diabeto manifesto yet. No.
Wait, is there a
No.
manifesto? Yeah, I should mention that he has gained the nickname Diabeto from EFAP because of his
It's like Magneto, but
yeah, I think the joke is like, you have too much sugar in your blood, and he just pulls
no.
it out.
so that's his power, is that he has the ability to control sugar and
yeah.
sugar-based objects.
But yes, let's get into his video on Magneto. This is Movie Bob's The Big Picture Classic, Magneto Was Right.
Yes.
Stop.
He leaves this disclaimer up for a while. Oh,
I guess so.
Wait. Oh,
Yeah.
additionally,
Wait,
the episode
there's
presented
more.
as part of a Big Picture Classic re-uploaded project are all products of their moment in time, most produced on short notice in reaction to very recent events. As such, many references, jokes, opinions, and even whole episodes may no longer reflect the current feelings of the author, host, producer, or read as appropriate by current standards. Oh, there's his shame.
There we go. Yeah.
Wow.
All
I didn't know
Also,
he had
stop
such a thing.
saying that. You're the only person working on this fucking video. We all know
It's
who
all
you
you,
are.
my guy. Brother, you made the sandwich.
You are the producer and the host and the author. You are all of those things. Oh.
And this is why you don't go political for
Oh my
every
God.
single one of yours.
He's going.
Oh my, there's more.
It's been 20 seconds, dude. While some episodes may not be re-uploaded for this reason, and some others may carry new notations, present-day viewers are respectful asked to please consider this context when viewing these older episodes. Man, the author must have dropped the ball here. I wish the host and the producer had picked it up for him.
Movie Bod, that's disrespectful.
Ass.
Oh my god.
Oh. All right,
What a
are we
disclaimer.
going to get to the video, maybe? At all?
No, there's gonna be a second round.
I'm pretty sure
Also-
there is, actually.
Oh my god.
I might
Bob,
be going
I'm moving-
insane. Are we just
There.
watching the stream or are we watching
There we go.
you?
Oh, watch
There's
together.
a watch together.
Oh.
You want me to post a link
It's
to
in
it,
the
or-
important links column of
Yep.
the Discord.
No, I got it.
Okay.
I just
I put,
So that's what that
That.
channel's for.
didn't click it because I'm an idiot.
Oh,
ugh.
title was a reference to a quote from the then current X-Men comic storyline, not an actual endorsement of ideology. Duh. And with you, Bob, we don't know.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Izanagi, so you feel enough shame to put the disclaimer, but not enough to not post the video. Oh God, this. Well, no, this is one that he felt enough shame, not enough shame to not. He felt well enough about this video to post it. There are others that he is withholding. That's what he mentioned.
So, like, wait, what are the ones that he does feel like too ashamed to
That
post?
I'm
that it's
fascinated about. What are the
Yeah.
ones that he doesn't feel like aged well enough to put up back online?
What
Like,
is
to the
the
Wayback Machine.
what is the shame meter of someone like Bob Chipman?
I don't know. Have you seen his Mario cosplay?
No.
Have you seen his Nintendo Man?
Will this work?
cosplay?
Mario cosplay. He is like, maybe I've put bad Mario cosplay.
That's Mario cosplay.
He is like, he's famous for it. Let's see. Bob movie Bob Mario. I
What
don't-
the fuck?
Oh my god, it's that?
Yes, that's movie
Oh,
Bob.
No.
Oh. Wow.
I am sorry, my friend. I am dreadfully sorry.
Well,
Isa says, I know nothing. Have you seen the book where he compares the console war to fucking Vietnam?
no.
Yeah. Oh
Oh, I
god.
forgot he wrote books.
no. You guys are trolling me. That doesn't exist.
No, his books, I'm pretty sure his book is insane. Like there is, and then obviously Ugok says, Jesus, bro,
refuse.
how bad were your opinions to need that many disclaimers? That's a good question.
But I refuse to believe that he compared console wars to Vietnam.
Dude, if you think that's hard to believe, we really need to show you Movie Bob Nazi.
movie Bob lore, okay? I just know he's a nut.
We need to show you that quiz, dude, because we're not even scratching the fucking surface.
We might have to get his book to read on stream at some point.
He says the
fan fiction,
console
not even
wars were
fan
his
fiction.
Personal
personal.
Vietnam. Yes.
Oh my god.
Too deep. Rabbit hole goes too deep.
Again, this guy's just a nut. That's all I know. Magneto was right. No, he wasn't. No, the fuck he
Remember, it's a
wasn't.
reference.
So, as a kid, I was bullied. most severely in grade school, but still plenty in high school, just not as physically because I suddenly turned into one of the tallest in my class. I didn't react to it too well, even to the point of occasionally becoming a genuine scumbag myself in projection.
Oh my god.
I find it funny that like, oh, I was bullied a lot in school. I didn't react to it too well. And that's the general response to being bullied. You don't say.
Most people don't react well to being bullied. Frankly, no one deserves to.
Yeah.
Isa says last
He
one
even
for a
has
while.
the speed of Lily.
Look up what happened with him and Lindsay Ellis. Oh yeah, no, that would be that's for another day type thing. That's probably part of a whole other discussion about.
Is this
Bob.
on 1.5 times speed? No, actually.
No,
this
it is not.
Perfectly normal.
This is actual Bob speed. I don't know if he speeds himself up or if I think he speeds himself up trying to be like Yahtzee.
Yeah.
Now, if he goes too fast, we might have to slow him down. Like, that is a real risk with him. So,
I regret to this very day. To say that I'm not over it would be an understatement. I don't think there's an aspect of my existence or psychology that isn't colored in some way by a lingering desire to somehow get back not only at all those who were cruel to me, but at the whole...
Therapy.
That's very telling.
that's... why would you admit this online?
The very
Like,
least, yeah.
dude, go to therapy?
Right?
Yeah.
You'll be healthier and happier?
Nameless
Talk
says,
to
have you ever seen the
someone
Magic
who-
Mush video about Bob? I have not.
Like, even if not therapy, at least talk to someone who isn't an audience of random people on the internet.
Well,
I'll
hang
Just
on.
echo everything you say.
You have to watch the way that you say that, because I legitimately lost a friendship because someone got upset with the way that I said go to therapy.
Okay. Fair
Okay,
enough.
now hear me
Wow.
out. Movie Bob, go to therapy. Derogatory.
I mean this 100%. Like, dude, that sounds like you really need help, and this is like the kindest part of me saying, like, dude, are you okay?
Who needs therapy when you can have donuts? True words have not been spoken, Billy, and I'm pretty sure Bob would be
Okay.
the biggest advocate of that.
Thank you, Billy, for both the donut and several people have said, and I quote, "I wish I was blissfully ignorant as IKN over Bob." Did I avoid something crazy? For
I
a
don't
long
know.
time?
You did.
I feel like I did too.
Yeah.
You did. We're about to. You're
Like,
about to
I
be
think
exposed to a whole new universe of crazy.
I think I knew of this guy, but I've never actually seen any of his stuff till now.
Yep. Well, we're going in dry with this.
Oh no.
This video is classic movie Bob from what I remember, is that like it's very much, it feels almost like I don't want to say like a lot of the topics that he talks about here, I almost feel like patient zero of all the other like bad shit crazy takes that you hear from Bob. Is that like this kind of stuff that he I won't spoil it, but like the kind of stuff that he talks about here kind of like makes you go like, oh, now everything starts to make sense.
He's like the primordial lolcow in a way. Like he feels like he's kind of up there, not as bad as say Chris Chan, but he's weirdly in like that league before Chris Chan started doing.
Well,
you know.
he's also not diddled his mom, so I mean
That's what I was trying to talk around. Why is it when I try to be tactful and no one else is?
To actually give a bit more context to this, because I just saw the title, Magneto's Right 2011. Was this released in response to First Class coming out? Because that was 2011, I believe.
Apparently it was in relation to one of the current runs of comics at the time. So whatever comics came out in 2011. Someone have Zero to Hero. Maybe he can tell us. I'm joking, of course. We don't need we'll just go by his words and we'll see what happens.
Would be an understatement. I don't think there's an aspect of my existence or psychology that isn't colored in some way by a lingering desire to somehow get back not only at all those who were cruel to me, but at the whole overriding social system that allowed it to happen in the first place, which I acknowledge is both sad and the worst possible way to deal with something like this, but whatever.
Get help.
Not whatever!
It's like, whatever.
So my guy is self-aware enough to know that, but he still
Yep.
posted this video.
Yup.
Yeah.
That's movie Bob for you.
And
Okay.
he did this as a professional video for a company.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, to be fair, the first video he did with the big picture, literally he described how his bosses were crazy people. And in the video that covers his history, apparently he was good friends with one of the major producers at The Escapist at the time. And guess what happened when that producer left The Escapist? Guess who was out the door after that?
When you're only in a company because of nepotism.
Yep.
Yeah.
Although he kept getting hired. I think he got rehired by The Escapist like 2 more times.
Huh.
The Escapist confounds me.
Memory of a Goldfish.
Yeah.
overriding social system that allowed it to happen in the first place, which I acknowledge is both sad and the worst possible way to deal with something like this, but whatever. Basically, planet Earth, you'd better hope I don't run out of bad movies to take this all out on. The
Yeah,
insidious
I'm sorry?
bullying-
Yeah, if he runs
Oh
if he
my
runs out of
God.
movies, we're all fucked. Like you guys thought we were joking earlier. No, he's all the other lol cows who are like so much worse than him. If we didn't have movies for Movie Bob to review, he'd just be another one of them.
Oh my God.
Yeah, immediately
He said
this
that
is
with his whole
this is like the
chest.
thing that immediately is like, never give this man a modicum of power. Ever.
Never.
Titania, that's not a joke. Like, that's not something that you should say as a joke. Not with this, and not so consistently.
Yeah,
If you are saying something like this consistently and keep saying it's a joke, guess what? People are still not going to believe that it's a joke.
like what's weird is that he kind of falls occasionally into the realm of cinema sins where is it a joke or is it actual? And it's sometimes hard to tell because some of the things that he said in serious are fucking horrendous. So when he says something like this, if he says it's a joke, you're like, but is it really? Is it just you making light of something that you genuinely believe? It's
Yeah.
it's one of those situations where it's like, what the fuck?
Well, that's why the Movie Bob or Nazi quiz is so beautiful. It's like, oh,
Yep.
I hate how the Nazis
Ooh.
ruined eugenics. Oh, wait, was that Movie Bob or
Oh.
was that?
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I just remembered. Astonishing X-Men and Uncanny X-Force came out in 2011. Ooh.
Oh.
Elaborate. Go ahead.
They are. It's the Children of the Atom storyline. Do you have any idea about that? The general idea is that this is post, I believe, House of M, where
Wanda rewrites reality.
Wanda rewrites reality, and the mutant population is being really it's very low. It's super low, and then there's a phenomenon of people possessing strange and powerful abilities coming out of nowhere, and it's a whole thing between the X-Men and Magneto as they basically they functionally fight to keep mutants alive as a species.
Okay.
It's a very iconic run.
What's the whole Magneto was right thing about then? If that was a quote from or a part of the story, quote unquote.
I don't. Magneto made a lot of particular points of what they should do to keep themselves alive. I believe it's been a bit.
Okay.
So,
Some people are also mentioning a schism in the chat.
Schism. I remember that being a thing. I can't think of off the top of my head. I'd need to talk to Zero again.
I remember as
I'm a DC guy.
Schism. Have you seen Mega Man 97? It has that quote. I wouldn't be surprised, but like video
Yes.
adaptations often have the benefit of hindsight of like looking at the bad things and culling them away. I know that people really praise 97's rendition of Magneto. I have no idea about the comics that he's referring to, though.
I mean, X-Men 97, the Magneto quote where he's talking to the congressman after Storm loses her powers, like bigot, sycophant, ingrate worm, so small I could smite you with a step. like
Well,
fucking glorious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think the Magneto was right. Quote came from like a later episode.
It did, yes.
Yeah. When I can't remember her name, but it was like the lady who was originally against him. Like she saw all the things that the other guy was doing, who's also named I can't remember off the top of my head. And when she confronted him, it's like, you know what, you just proved him right. Like I see where he's coming from now.
Yeah, it's the entire basis of 97 was a general comic run that after Xavier died, obviously Magneto becomes leader of the X-Men, and it's an entire thing where it goes into eventually the trial of Magneto, which is a huge argument between like everyone in the X-Men trying to figure out, do we defend Magneto, who has done a lot of shit, or do we like go against him despite that not being what the professor wanted?
Okay. Axel asks, do you guys think X-Men Origins Wolverine was overhated? And
No.
No, it deserved what it got. And then also asks, do you guys think Thanos did nothing wrong? No.
What?
No.
Thanos wiped half of existence and then in the follow-up movie tried to wipe all of existence.
I'm sure Movie Bob probably thinks that. That Thanos
Where's the
probably
Thanos
did
is
nothing
right
wrong
video?
with- Yeah, where is the Thanos is right video?
Oh, I heard rumor Movie Bob's parents didn't give him medications because they don't believe in science. I totally would
Oh
believe that.
no.
Oh, that explains everything.
Worst possible way to deal with something like this, but whatever. Basically, planet Earth, you'd better hope I don't run out of bad movies to take this all out on. The insidious thing about bullying is, most of the time, it's inexplicable. You don't know why it's happening to you, or at least what the logic chain is behind the supposed why. Certain whys can be easily guessed at. Why pick on members of ethnic or racial minorities? Well, racism, duh. Why are
You can't just boil
sort
it
of.
down to that, like, because then the question is, what causes racism?
Yeah.
Like you're just kicking the can down the road by saying, "Oh, bullying." Like, no, you got to go deeper than that. And like, you're not. What's the point in figuring it out if you're not trying to find a solution to the problem?
Where am I hearing? Is someone still playing the video? Am I the only one who's hearing that?
You might be. I'm not hearing it.
I keep hearing. Okay, I for some reason I kept hearing it play, and it was. I was hearing you rant, and I was hearing the video play. Huh?
You have to let go. The accident wasn't your fault.
Wake up, Pete. Wake up. His point is that it's not that simple. Well, no, he's saying that some explanations for bullying are simple, like racism. And I'm like,
Yeah.
racism is not simple. Racism is a very complicated topic.
Why is racism a thing? Well, it's racism. It's like, no, like I want to say like a lot of the stuff that's going on with like Western streamers visiting Japan and Korea in general, I feel like, because you hear stories about like how people over there are slowly developing like a little bit of racism towards people who look, more Western, because of how frequent you have people coming over there and being generally obnoxious. And while they are a vocal minority, and it's not good to judge an entire group of people off of that, like, you can understand it's a little bit more complex just saying, well, they're racist because they're racist. That's
Well, no, going to Japan, the Japanese are incredibly polite. They're incredibly kind.
Yeah.
But they do judge you. There is a lot of them that will judge you. They will discriminate against you. There are places that Gaijin cannot enter. There are places that even like people that live in Japan that are Japanese can't enter because of the wrong internal ethnic stereotype. They have discrimination and what we would just
Open discrimination.
Open discrimination. Mm-hmm. Like, I saw a fucking sign that had a Sambo on it.
Mm-hmm.
I had a friend who was half Japanese by birth, and he grew up in Kyoto, and he was discriminated against pretty badly.
Hafus, yeah.
Oh yeah, they don't like Hafus that much, especially like if you're a white Hafu, then you might be fine. Perhaps if you have any kind of color in you at all, you are basically considered filthy.
Yeah, Sambo, I think it's called a Sambo. It's a racist caricature of a black person. It's like the stereotypical like dark black with the big red lips. It's like
Yep.
one of those. It's like drawn in a very caricaturized style. Like I saw that on an advertising sign for a bar, and it's like,
Well, yeah.
okay, wow, all right.
Like to be fair, and this is something that Americans struggle with because Americans basically think that their culture is like around everywhere. Japan didn't have the racist connotations that came with that. They literally were just exposed to that caricature.
Oh yeah,
Through minstrels. They didn't come with the racist connotations. So for Japanese people,
it's just a logo.
It's just a cute character, just like all of the thousands of other cute characters that they have.
We're going to say it.
Yeah.
Mr. Popo is part of the most successful piece of anime ever.
I was gonna say that, yeah. If
no,
if
because
that was where
it's
what
different
inspired-
though. Mr. Popo and Jinx are both based on the same mythical
Yeah, they're a
entity.
djinn.
They're a
Okay,
djinn,
so it's
yeah.
a different thing.
It's
yeah.
a different
I was-
thing. It's just unfortunate parallels.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to get to.
Yeah, but I will say though that there is movement within Japan to kind of get that mascot like out of Japanese minds and stuff like that, because there are some people who acknowledge after being told and educated about what it's like in America, like that symbol in America, they try to roll that back because they just simply don't know.
I'm torn on that because on one hand, yeah, no, holy shit, get that shit away from people. But on the other hand, the only way to destroy horrible speech is to basically dilute it into not be like basically have so many examples of it being not horrible speech that basically it loses all negative connotation. Like that's, but like it's that constant struggle of like, well, to do that you need to constantly expose it, but it's so horrific or so bad. It's like, what do you do? It's one of those like damned if you do, damned if you don't situations. Izanagi says, pretty sure Japanese people banned from a temple after some awful act done, and there was a Somali who pissed off South Korea. Yeah, no, that should happen.
Johnny Somali is a unique case that that the ramifications of are going to be absolutely biblical.
I don't know anything about that. What happened?
He's a nuisance streamer. He's an IRL. I've looked into this way too much, honestly, because it's just fascinating to me. He went to Japan, Israel, and he's currently in South Korea, just going around being a nuisance, getting drunk on stream, doing crazy stuff. The biggest thing that he did that really pissed a lot of Koreans off was that he stripped naked, put a bunch of oil on himself, and started twerking on a comfort woman statue, which is a
oh my
sacred...
fucking god!
Oh my god!
Do you know if he's still facing charges for that, or like?
Yes, he is actually.
Yeah.
The current thing is that he had. This is how it's currently going for his trials right now. He had like 3 degrees of misdemeanors that he pled guilty to. He got hit by a 4th. His next trial date is going to be on the 9th, and that is one particular court of. Seoul/Japan. There's going to be he's going to have another thing in the Eastern District, and with how jail time and everything works in Korea, he's not allowed to leave Korea or do anything outside of like breaking the law, pretty much, unless he serves all of his time one after the other. So basically, once one district throws him into jail for a bit, he has to serve that entire time before he can then start his next trial date.
They're not making the sentences consecutive.
No,
get fucked!
Fucked! Fuck that guy.
His current run, they estimated, for just one case, by the way, we haven't gotten to the other cases yet, he's facing like 10 years in prison. That's for one.
Dude, he deserves it. That because the whole comfort woman thing is such a fucking like hand grenade of an issue, and just to do that is pulling the pin and putting it right over your taint. All right,
It
that
was
is what he did.
It was the funniest case of people that several like law YouTubers and news YouTubers actually went to South Korea to see the trial, and during the trial, his trial is the first instance in the entirety of the South Korean court where the word twerking was used in a legal context.
Yeah. The only sense of pity that I have for like that story is for the Koreans over there who have to deal with him.
Yeah.
He continues to. Sorry.
I have no doubt in my mind that his mindset is, I'm going to do whatever I want because I'm going to make a lot of money, and even if I get in trouble, I can just pay for my freedom.
Well, it's
But
like
he forgot that other countries exist.
Yeah.
Well, it's like you said, Twi. There are like a concerning amount of Americans do think that just like any place outside of America is just the same place. So like, hey, if I can get away with this shit, in America, and of course I can get away with it like anywhere else. Different cultures, what the hell are those?
You know what? I would like to see him try to get away with something of that level, like say down in the deep south, doing that to a Jesus statue. That man wouldn't be dealing with the judiciary. He'd be dealing with a
gone.
You would never find his body. All right, you would be finding bits of him along all of Appalachia.
To quote the Dandy Man, he was drunk and high at the hearing. He arrived to his first mandated court date an hour late because he had spent the entire day beforehand and the entire night drinking to the point of throwing up on the apartment that he was staying in, and he walked in completely hungover and partially high.
Oh my god!
Wow. Does he have like a problem?
I think he does.
Existence.
I mean, at that point, okay, he's twerking on comfort women statues. Of course, he has a fucking problem somewhere.
Well, yeah, but like, I mean, like, does he have an addiction? Not does he have a deadly case of the asshole?
I mean,
I have no idea.
You might have a point. Like, he might just be addicted to the attention.
Attention, addicted to attention, addicted to like the thrill seeking, addicted to just getting any random high he can. Literally could be anything.
I think.
Anyway, this is all to say that Movie Bob, racism is not simple. Do not say it is.
Yeah.
And you're about to say homophobia too, but we'll reel that back.
The logic chain is behind the supposed why. Certain whys can be easily guessed at. Why pick on members of ethnic or racial minorities? Well, racism, duh. Why are gay kids or kids who were thought to be gay picked on? Well, lingering arcane superstitions about homosexuality being evil or sinful. But what about
it's been a long time since I've seen him.
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
But like, it's not even just like arcane superstitions. Like it goes beyond that. You're really actually pigeonholing homophobia now too. I'm just saying, like, what the fuck? you're like really narrowing the ball there. You could make that a much broader net.
In fairness, like he's at least it's at least slightly better than just saying, well, the problem with racism, like the source of racism is racism.
Yeah, he's giving like
more of an answer there.
Yeah, it's like he went from racism is racism to being like homophobia because of this specific form of homophobia. It's like, and it goes back to this source, and it's like, okay, but what about all these other types of homophobia? Okay, whatever, I guess. All right.
Not everyone else. What about weirdos and freaks and dweebs? What about geeks? What about nerds? What about, well, me? Straighter than Brad Majors, whiter than Billy Quizboy's business partner? What had my crime against the standing social order been? The standard response, of course, is because you were different. Now, is it just me, or did that ever strike anyone else as a particularly stupid sentiment? Everyone is different. Hell, I could personally attest that my bullies came in all shapes, sizes, and colors. It was a veritable rainbow coalition of torment. So I never really bought that because you were different thing, and it's been my experience that very few in similar situations did either.
Okay. So, it's because you were different in the way that mattered. That's basically what it boils down to, Bob. It also probably doesn't help that you're an arrogant asshole.
I feel like I sometimes wonder, like, if a lot of the bullying, was it because you were different? Was it because, like, you were chubbier? Or, like, was it because you liked these nerdy things? Or was it perhaps, you were being kind of, you know what, eugenics are actually kind of good. I'm not...
Well, no, like, I can talk about it. Like, I've been bullied in the past, and you know what I found the common denominator was when I got bullied? It was me. I invited it because I was acting weird, or I was doing stupid shit and playing stupid games and winning stupid prizes. 75% of the times that I was bullied, probably my fault. And the other 25%, I shut the fuck down that bullying before it could even get bad. Like, basically, physical fighting, but like,
Let's be clear, though, that's not going to happen all of the time, because there are going to be people that will bully you for the sake of they can get away with it, or they have their own shit to deal with.
Oh yeah, there's that too. There's also that.
James, do you have anything to say?
No, I mean, I was just kind of in the same boat. Like, I was obviously the kid who sat in the back, tended to mind his own business, stayed quiet, wasn't really a problem for anybody, but somehow I still invited assholes to come up and fuck with me, asking really stupid questions that they really didn't care what the answer was for.
Right, yeah.
Right. It comes down to just, like, it is childhood bullying, and I'm gonna keep saying it. My man,
therapy.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
are you
just
okay?
therapy. But like, what also gets me about this is you're generalizing like so much. Like we're trying to stab at like different explanations, but every single bully is going to have their own reason for participating in bullying. Some people bully because there's a bigger bully they're trying to suck up to. That's a common story as well. Like, there's every single level of this. It's like, maybe address what the individual bullies were doing and why.
I mean, we can throw this to even the Marvel side of things, where they weren't that good of movies, but in the first Amazing Spider-Man, where we see Flash, after Uncle Ben dies, Flash, like, picks on Peter like normal. Peter lashes out and, like, shoves him against a locker, and then Flash is the first person in the entire movie to get Peter to break down, because he says, it feels good, right? You gotta take control of things, right? And I'm just like, hold up.
Yeah, like the Flash Thompson line, that very small like subplot in Amazing Spider-Man 1 was really fucking good.
I want to say
hold
say
up.
Flash Thompson also wasn't that bad of a character in Spectacular Spider-Man, though it's been...
I know that Flash has gotten a lot of development in the Spider-Man fandom over the years. I don't remember exactly the different variations of him, but typically speaking, he starts out kind of a dumb jock, but he ends up developing quite a bit as a character. I know didn't he become Agent Venom or something like that?
Yeah, he becomes Agent Venom.
Agent Venom. Vegetable Man.
He just becomes a gigantic
Agent
cucumber.
Venomite.
I will kill you with my broccoli powers.
No, guys, he's DIABETO's arch nemesis. You have,
Oh my God! Yes, Agent Venom.
Agent Venom, who can control vegetables and healthy foods.
Oh my!
I am all for that.
Clash recreates the food pyramid.
God, I need fan art of that. I need fan art of Movie Bob fighting Dr.
Agent Venom.
Agent Venom.
Agent Venom.
No, it's Agent Venom, but
remember,
like
kids, eat your greens.
no, it's Agent Venom, but he's green, and the like thing in front of his chest is like a broccoli that stretches out.
His arch nemesis is corn on the coblin. No. The corn on the coblin is that's like the second version that becomes his ally, because it's also a vegetable or a starch or whatever.
God, it makes me think of that one character from South Park, Mintberry Crunch, where just like they're suddenly like the most important superhero ever, but like their powers are just like food.
Oh.
It's also been my experience that while we never get an answer, a lot of us know what we want the answer to be. that we were hated because we weren't just
Do we?
different,
One minute.
but
Is
somehow...
that a weird-
No. I know where this
That
is.
doesn't make it any better.
I remember where this is going. You guys are going to
Um,
fucking snap. All right, just
Oh,
let
no.
it play. Let it play.
Okay.
Okay.
It's also been my experience that while we never get an answer, a lot of us know what we want the answer to be. That we were hated because we weren't just different, but somehow superior.
What?
So are you this one line? Are you guys starting to see like the movie Bob or Nazi kind of parallels here?
Oh,
I-
yeah.
I didn't know what I was expecting.
Oh, the ego on this man.
I'm better than them. I'm better than my bullies. I'm superior to them. They don't know it because I'm different.
I've come to theorize that this notion that social ostracism is actually a result of normal people's fear of some intangible supremacy of the misfit who is not merely different but better is a reactive fantasy that exists somewhere on some level in the psyche of every nerd, geek, whoever suffered just for being.
Hold up.
For
No,
some-
no, 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 no. Don't
Including
use
you.
Clark. Don't use Clark. Don't use Clark there.
Yeah.
Bring Clark into this.
You know,
Clark is incredibly confident. He puts on the airs of being a fucking nerd
yeah.
by actually being a nerd. Like, he does
And
that.
he still stands up for like the people who are like jackasses. Like he will still, if like there's like some asshole who like bumped him and made him spill his coffee somehow on like his way to work, and then finds him in a burning building, he's still gonna like rescue him and all that kind of stuff. Like one of his huge things is that he believes all people have the capacity for good, and so like which is like
he's saying that it's wrong.
Huh?
No, because he's saying that this is a theory of his, that this is a natural inclination. It's a natural inclination if you're 12, Bob.
Yeah.
Like if you're a 12-year-old who doesn't understand that, bullying is a very complicated thing, and that you just need to kind of hold your head up high and just move through it. Like, if you don't realize that, like, you're going to fall into this well, and I think he still feels this way.
Well,
Well,
when
yeah.
it comes to bullying, my best friend found his wife by trolling her on Twitter.
amazing.
Oh,
Some, it's the not-so-secret driving force of their entire worldview. For others, it's perhaps a fleeting subconscious comfort that they don't even recognize. You can see ample evidence of this mindset informing much of the popular culture, particularly in the realms of sci-fi, fantasy, and anything else aimed at, well, Think about the heroes of The Incredibles, forced into the shadows of normal society, not for being bad, but for being too good at stuff.
That's
No!
That is
Wait.
not.
Okay, listen. The whole thing about like why they were put like that was not the reason. That was like the metaphor of that was pointing to that, but that was not the reason why they were pushed into the shadows. It had a lot more to do about the fact that like you had all these people with superpowers that were causing like granted a lot of people, you had a lot of stupid things, you didn't save my life, you ruined my death, but like it was not just because they were just better at stuff than and everyone else was just jealous.
There
of
was
that.
collateral damage. There was actual harm being done.
Yeah.
People were constantly being injured. Like, there's actually one of film theory's most interesting videos. They actually break down the time period they're in and how, him actually stopping a guy from committing suicide is actually something that he could have gotten sued for, because it wasn't until like the mid 1960s or the late 1950s that U.S. law recognized the act of the Good Samaritan, where if you are attempting to help someone in harm's way, you are not legally liable for harm that may have been caused in a reasonable amount of circumstances. Like, obviously, if you drop something on someone while you're trying to help them and it's like a heavy rock and it kills them, you might be on the ball for that. But if you're trying to help them out from under a rock and something goes wrong where it shifts and it crushes even more of them, you're not really liable for that because you were trying to help them from the initial problem. Like, and that wasn't in place until like after the events that we see at the beginning of The Incredibles. And that's why all superheroes were outlawed. It's a different timeline to ours in that way. It's very interesting
also-
stuff.
It's also a take. It's also a take that, for the most part, Mr. Incredible had the sort of Superman type position where he was very much top dog in the superhero world, and his fuck up with the train in Bon Voyage, by the way, fucking amazing villain name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of, as the news organization said, it opened the floodgates to a bunch of other shit, and it just domino affected everything.
I want to say, like, too, there was like if you actually, it's actually kind of interesting when you see them like going through like the newsreels, and like they drop a couple of like the front pages of a couple of different newspapers. There's one of them where they're like, there's some invisible guy who was like peeping in, like there's all this other kind of stuff that, you know, isn't like mentioned explicitly. It's like, and like, yeah, these are kind of things that people would be concerned about when you have like people with superpowers. I wonder if that's relevant to a video about Magneto.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I wonder.
Jake Patterson says, "Can you guys do an Andrew Dobson comic reading stream?" Oh,
Well,
I don't know who that is.
he's the guy with the koala, isn't he?
Yeah.
No, well, I don't know if it's a koala necessarily, but it is a blue bear.
The bear, right? I thought it was a koala for
Yeah.
some reason. That guy. I don't know. Maybe. I remember watching that video on him the other day, and that was hilarious. Ugok says, "I'm already scared of this guy's X-Men takes." We're not even to the X-Men takes yet.
Oh boy,
We're
yeah.
just at him surmising that all nerds, for the record, everyone feels this way. That is a nerd and was bullied. That we all have an inherent, superiority complex, including himself in that. For the record, like
I'm just.
Yeah.
All I can think about is the Superman meme of we. What do you mean we? You mean like Nintendo Wii?
You speaking French now?
Yeah.
this is
Us.
I find such a heavy layer of projection. It's insulting.
Oh yeah, like I don't
It's-
think
no,
he
it's
even
projection.
I don't think he even realizes that he's basically just talking about himself here.
That's funny is he's trying to be self-aware about it, but he's not.
No.
It's like
That-
he's burying himself and saying, "Oh, I am self-aware, so I'm not that bad." But no, you're just as bad.
Dash said it better than I can.
Our powers made us special. Everyone's special, Dash. Which is another way of saying no one is.
It's actually kind of a micro variation on objectivism, come to think of it. Perhaps the ultimate modern archetype is Harry.
What? Okay, whoa.
What?
All right. You need to elaborate on that because objectivism is it's a massive can of worms to open and then just drop at our feet.
No, guys, objectivism. Harry Potter.
Yeah, objectivism bad. Anyway,
Objection, Your Honor. Harry Potter.
yeah, it's like,
Just death.
oh.
Your Honor, League of Legends.
Potter, teased, neglected, outright abused by his supposedly normal family of ordinary people, only to learn that he's not merely different from others, he's better. A born prodigy at wheel.
No.
First
No,
off,
he's
okay,
not a
in order.
prodigy.
He's actually
In order.
pretty fucking bad at magic if you actually look at his history.
In the
He's
first movie,
a-
he never casts a single spell.
he's an impressive wizard. He's got like magical chops, yeah. But when a case like, oh, his normal family like hurts him because he's different. No, it's because Petunia has a fuckload of shit that she needs therapy for.
Yeah, like the whole thing is that she hated her sister because she was jealous over her, and she is projecting that jealousy over her dead sister onto her sister's son, and more broadly onto his entire quote unquote race as a wizard. That's all on her, and she's getting her family involved in that racism.
He's a chosen one.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. He is a chosen one by virtue of the fact that he survived something. That's it.
Also,
He's
also,
not
if we're
really-
gonna
That was his
flip it,
entire shtick.
he is
He didn't get murked.
There's
Here's
also
the-
it's
Sorry,
also
go
telling
ahead,
that it's telling in his own story he is a chosen one. Yeah, the entire story would have happened with Neville if Harry had died that day.
Exactly. Because, like, the whole point is that, no, Harry isn't special. That is the point. The thing that differentiates him is the fact that somebody else chose him and that he didn't grow up in the psychopathic circumstances that Voldemort did.
here's what's like confusing me is like, okay, so you're talking about like, oh yeah, people who are geeks and feel outcast for being geeks and nerds, but actually being better than all the people who bully them is a fantasy. Let me point to Harry Potter. So like, okay, let's suppose even ignoring everything else that we've just talked about, what exactly like level of what is nerdy or geeky about Harry Potter as a person that, according to you, made his stepfamily want to pick on him over it?
Exactly. He goes on to become a magical jock.
Yeah, yeah. He plays magic.
He's a star football player, basically.
He's an absolute sassy fuck. Like to the my favorite interaction between him and Snape is still as like, yes, sir. Well, you already answered my question, Professor. You didn't have to call me sir.
There are bigger nerds than him in like this universe. Like I don't
Hermione is
understand
right
why
there.
you're using him as a
Right?
comparison.
Yeah, Hermione is right there.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking of Neville, but then again, I was trying to think of like an example of like a nerd who's bully. Hermione was a little bit.
What is the difference between the fantasy of Harry Potter and the fantasy of Mean Girls? Because the main character in Mean Girls was also an outcast, but that's simply because she grew up in Africa instead of America.
I thought you were going to say, what is the difference between the fantasy of Harry Potter and the fantasy of Magneto?
Have you gotten to Magneto?
Because like movie Bob, I don't think has figured that out just yet.
I just realized we haven't gotten to Magneto, and we're more than halfway through the video.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Like 2 minutes left. He has yet to bring up Magneto once.
Plot twist! This isn't an X-Men video. This is just an excuse for Bob to talk about his
trauma dump.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, exactly. His really
Giving
controversial
godlike
opinions.
supernatural powers. Welcome to every nerd's ultimate fantasy. Oh, okay, second to ultimate fantasy. Okay, third. Look, it's up there, okay? It's not just that they don't understand you, it's that they're intimidated by you. And your bullies aren't just wrong, you could make them pay for it.
No!
No. Again, remember, we gotta remember how he couched this. This is his supposition that every nerd feels this way.
You can make them pay.
Yeah, and I still say no.
Like,
this is not.
I've had no qualms talking about the reason I became a writer was partly out of spite. Like I've talked about this. Like when I was in 3rd grade, I got told I couldn't be an actor, and so I was like, you know what? I'll become an actor and become a really famous actor one day. But to do that, I need to become a director. But I don't want to just be directing any movie. I need to write my own scripts, and that's like my slow chain to becoming a writer. And then I sat there and I'm like, oh, this is actually really fun. I like this, and like more and more, it's like, oh, I don't need to like. I met one of my bullies, years later at one point in high school, and he's just a chill dude, and it's like, why was I angry at you again? Because you pulled my hair? What the fuck?
Speaking of, you shot yourself in the foot for becoming an actor because you had Stellar Sentinels right there.
Yeah.
You say that like I don't have a character prepared for myself in Stellar Sentinels. It's just he's not there yet.
This reads like a manifesto that would be read on the news. Kind of. Yeah.
Well, it's very well. I mean, it's very. This is what I mean when I say that this is kind of like patient zero for a lot of the things that Bob says. Is that he comes from this mindset of like bullies deserve. The people who picked on me should pay for what they've done, and that I am superior to them. And it starts to like make you realize like a lot of the stuff about like the movie Bob and versus Nazi quiz kind of starts to make a little bit more sense the more and more you listen. Not even done yet.
Jake Batterson says it was either Dobson or Schmorky. Okay.
Oh.
I don't know. What
look, Raymond is modest. He doesn't wish to be the star of the movie. He wishes to be the supporting guest star. Very in the 3rd film.
And then, of course, there's the X-Men.
Finally.
A school for gifted youngsters, gifted in this case meaning natural-born superheroes, literally referred to by science as Homo superior, who've been driven out of the normal...
Not science! Magneto invented that word arbitrarily!
He did it specifically to create the genetic, quote unquote, and / scientific distinction between mutants and normal people.
Okay, this is where I'm gonna go off on a big fucking nerd rant here.
Go for it. I'll
Because
get
Please do it.
okay, so
Why?
yeah.
No. I was cheering you on. Why?
Okay,
Why?
okay,
He's
okay.
hyping you up.
Okay, good. This is kind of what I have a problem with when it comes to things like the X-Men comics, where they try to make everything all scientific and stuff, because nobody in these comics knows how actual biology and genetics works. Because and like, you can be forgiven for being in the 60s when like it wasn't all that well known and not a lot of people knew about it. But in this day and age, to not reboot it in a way to make it so that people have a better understanding of how genetics works is just baffling to me. Because first of all, yes, a lot of the rhetoric and stuff is very political rather than scientific. And Magneto is an example of that, because he is using Homo Superior as a political and racial rhetoric in order to build mutants up as being the superior race, in order to take over the world and to put humans under his boot. When he doesn't even seem to realize that he is still a Homo sapien. You don't just become a completely different thing just because you call yourself something different. He is still a Homo sapien. He is always going to be a Homo sapien. He will never outgrow being a Homo sapien. You cannot grow out of your ancestry.
Well, it's funny that you say that too, because there was an episode of the X-Men animated series where like it's an actual twist where I forget what like the context was, but like some scientist was doing some kind of genetic testing and was like, and the reveal was, oh my god, mutants are actually biologically human. Like they just have like the extra superpowers, yeah. It's like, oh, who would have thought?
Jake Babbitt
Yeah.
says,
No shit.
Sorry, I have encyclopedic knowledge of locales and internet weirdos. We might cover them in the future. Who knows? It is fun stuff to talk about.
Yeah. I will finish this off by saying that a lot of this is very bunk science that was mostly around in like the 40s that did kind of go into a lot of the stuff that was going on during that time period. And it is kind of weird that X-Men hasn't really all that moved on from all that kind of rhetoric. But I mean, they basically just live for decades in the span of a single day. So, you know, yeah. They can't really move on. It's going to be more and more archaic as the decades go on, and they don't change things. But I will say that, like, just because you have like longer hair, thicker hair, like the woolly mice that have been genetically constructed very recently, that doesn't mean that they're not mice anymore. It doesn't matter if you have thicker hair or if you have the power to cause earthquakes. You are still considered human. You are still genetically identical to a human being. You just have a slight difference in what makes you.
I always found it hilarious that there was a mutant named Darwin. Like,
yeah.
Wait, you're an evolution of humanity, quote unquote, but your entire ability is just to further evolve in ways to adapt to situations, like actual evolution on the fly. No. What do I say? Actual evolution in the terms of like instantaneously through billions of generations in your own body. Like instantaneously. Like
technically, that is called metamorphosis, which is what Pokemon do. That's what butterflies do. They turn from caterpillars into butterflies. That is not evolution, that is metamorphosis. That is literally what Pokemon do. I cannot tell you how frustrated I am that everyone thinks that metamorphosis is evolution. That is not what evolution is.
And I'm frustrated that everyone thinks metamorphosis is emergence.
I, for one...
If anyone gets that reference, you're a degenerate. Anyway.
I, for one, like Darwin in the fact that during the World War Hulk comic, where Hulk was madder than anything, Darwin walked up to fight him, and then his power teleport him to the other side of the planet because that's how his power determined to survive the Hulk. Just not be there.
Oh my god! Yes!
You don't
So
want
he
that
just-
smoke, dude. Go.
So he just
run.
develops like new powers on the fly, like
Correct.
depending on whatever. Okay, that's
Guys!
How
Deaderex did it!
How did he
Deaderex
die in first class? Sorry.
Oh no.
Deaderex did it! Magneto
Well,
versus
Where?
Oh, God.
Where? Where? Oh my god, show me.
It's in the Jack Dart. It's in Jack Dart.
Guys, go follow Deaderex. Go check out his art. Go commission him. I am obligated to.
Oh my god, that's
That
is
amazing.
amazing.
Yes.
Wonderful.
It's so good.
Oh.
I need to have more slips of the tongue.
But I was gonna say, I thought Magneto was homo because he was played by Ian McCullen. But anyway,
Oh my god.
let us continue on with this insane video.
Final thing, actually, to add in the whole idea for everything. I personally think the base that Kirby and Stan Lee put, can't really blame it that, mostly because it's gone from, hey, humanity has just leaped forward to the Celestial / Arishim, the Judge, did a little bit of an oopsie one day.
Yeah.
The origin for like X-Men mutations is so
Is
wide and
Raymond
varied.
one of the people who consider Metamorphosis an overrated hentai, perchance?
What?
I wasn't aware that there was like. Is there a refined like forum of people discussing like the quality of hentai out there? Is there like a hentai tier list that I'm just
I don't
not
know.
aware
I
of?
don't want to know.
Okay, I'll say it. The Trash Taste podcast is right there.
Sore Heart. Hey everyone, what are we watching now? Well, apparently we're talking about Metamorphosis. I've
No, they
seen the
cheat
opinion
me.
video.
Thanks for making hentai the point. That's how we're gonna make
Is it
this
Metamorphosis
stream
a JoJo thing? Maybe, I don't know.
Yes, it's a JoJo thing, and don't look it up. Just take my word for it. Yes, it's from JoJo. Just watch
Don't
JoJo.
worry
You'll
about
find it eventually.
Yeah, don't Google emergence or metamorphosis. Do not.
Yeah,
don't.
just watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. You'll find out.
Instead, Google Boku no Pico. That's a much more.
No, you leave that shit in like the last 10 years where it belongs. We do not bring that back.
I'm not allowed to be angry at that because at the anime club in high school, I was always that one guy was like, "Hey, I have a recommendation." Proceeds to give Boku no Pico.
Oh,
You're
no.
an asshole.
Izanagi says, I mean, I've in my insanity reviewed hentai and doujins. No, I'm mostly just joshing around right now. All right.
World because people fear their extraordinary powers and abilities. Immature? A reactionary empowerment fantasy we should really just get over by now? Well, maybe. After all,
kinda.
the oppression of nerds by normals thing kinda ends once you're out of the cesspit of high school and into the adult world, right? Or does it?
Yikes. Yeah, so this next part is pretty indefensibly whiny, bad 2011. Bob.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
That's
Oh, no.
Well, at least
Oh,
he
boy.
acknowledged that he was really cringe.
so.
Yeah.
Props to him.
I have to also clarify, high school was nowhere near as bad as middle school. Middle school was really the worst place. That is where everyone is an asshole. High school was
Yup.
actually relatively pleasant. Freshman year notwithstanding.
Yeah, I had no problems in high school.
Yeah, me neither.
I want the Batman Beyond, the most oppressed group of all gamers, but I just want to see like DIABETO floating up, the most oppressed group of all gamers.
Yeah.
Ugh, why did you have to make that so
Think
loud?
about the way the popular culture, even today, demonizes different people of extraordinary ability, particularly extraordinary
Oh, I
intellect
remember
or
this.
outside the mainstream
What?
artistic vision. Think of all the mad scientists, disturbed artists, or psychotic intellectuals. Think of how stupidity, simplicity, and anti-intellectualism are lionized. Think of
Sorry,
how
was that Bob Rossi showed earlier?
Yep.
He,
Yeah.
as a positive
He
example
did, yeah.
of someone intelligent that's like, but pushed down, even though he had one of the most successful children's shows in history.
Yeah.
Still revered to this day.
Dude is not. This is just a strange example that was just like, wait, what?
But it's also like the whole lionizing thing. Fucking Bill Gates was the richest man on the planet at the time of the making.
Yeah.
He's like, the rich have always been the nerds.
Age of the Geek, baby.
The geek shall inherit the earth.
Wasn't Bob Ross from the military? Yeah, he was a drill sergeant, which is wild.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Bill Gates was seen as a supervillain for making billions in technology, while, say, Michael Jordan was an American hero for making billions by bouncing a ball.
Okay.
All right.
Fuck off.
I mean,
The people villainize Microsoft and then they misattribute to Bill Gates. Which, I mean, it can be misattributed. Sometimes he's rightfully in the wrong. This happens with everyone. Any big CEO that has a public persona is going to take the blame for bad shit their company does, whether or not they're responsible for it. So, when Microsoft started doing shitty things, like making several of their programs requisite on their machines and unmodifiable, well, guess what? People are going to look at the guy in charge and be like, what the fuck is this shit?
Well, I mean, like, for that, if he's the owner and he's like the CEO of the company and stuff, he would have to approve it and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So,
And the question is always like, how much does he look it over? But at the end of the day, his signature is on the paper.
mhm.
So he is ultimately responsible, but like the layers to it, people never really look beyond that, which is fair of them to do. But at the same time, he's also doing other things that's like relatively good, like all the charity Bill Gates does. He does all he's made technology so much cheaper and affordable across the board because of Microsoft. Like he's been vilified and what's the opposite of that, I guess? Lionized in equal measure.
It's almost like people are human beings who can do both good and bad depending on context, and nuance is important.
Oh, you got... Oh,
No,
it was a
that's
deep cut, but
ridiculous.
Metamorphosis has a JoJo alternate ending. You mean the canon ending?
Correct.
I don't even
what do
like
you mean
JoJo,
alternate
but I
ending?
consider that the canon ending. Anyway,
There's only one ending.
exactly.
Well, the thing about it is like the demonize saying that, oh, Michael Jordan's skill and what he brought to the sport of basketball was just him bouncing a ball, not recognizing the immense skill, talent, and dedication the man has.
And
meanwhile,
kindness.
God, I do not like it. Okay, he at least acknowledges that like this was a dated take and that this was bad, but like what kind of headspace do you need to be in for you to say this in the same video where like you are using
Glorifying.
The Incredibles as your example and you show Dash on screen? You're talking like big thing about that movie was how he constantly had to like hold back in his athletic extracurricular
Ability.
activities. Yeah, exactly. Well, he couldn't like you're praising Dash as being someone whose athletic ability had to be held down.
And Dash
You're
wasn't
praising that athletic
bullied.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
If anything, he was celebrated.
Celebrated
Well, that
class
too.
clown.
Yeah.
Well, that too, but like it's the fact that he's using Dash's athletic ability as like a metaphor for a talent. Meanwhile, he is like downplaying Michael Jordan's athletic talents in basketball.
Yeah. Well, and then also the quality of Michael Jordan's character is legendary. The man actively sabotaged his own performance because he realized that his team was not bettering themselves and they were also not getting the fame that they deserved either. So he actively took a backseat on his own team so that the other players could get more star time. Like he did that out of the kindness of his heart. Like that's holy shit. Bill Gates stopped
Absolute
COVID
legend.
vaccines from being free. That's a complicated. I don't even
I have
know.
absolutely no idea about that.
I don't know
Where,
either.
when,
There were so many different vaccines too. I don't know how you could be involved in all of them.
yeah.
Like,
And even then, like, is that globally? Because I've never had to pay for getting my vaccines. What are you talking about?
I got my vaccine for free. What's
Yeah.
more fun is that movie Bob is the type of person Dash would bully and mock. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you not see it? right. Do you not see it? Right there, right there. He put a pin on my wall. My green
Moby
wall.
Bob's the kind of guy that Stewie Griffin would follow around with a tuba.
My green peeling wall.
Exactly. That's why it's peeling. It's why it's peeling. There's attack.
Dash is the
He's
one.
peeling
Dash
the
is the one
wall.
who's peeling is green.
Oh no! That's how Agent Venom sneaks in. He blends in with the green wall.
Yes.
Oh god, Agent
And
Venom
like it has a moment where he's
Dash.
like freeze there, push up against the wall as Bob is like walking by, and like he's starting to sweat because there's a paint peel coming off, and it's gonna cross right over him and reveal his presence.
Ew.
I just want again, DIABETO. He looks over, sees something green, looks away. The camera pans over, and he stops, and he has like a Perry the Platypus moment.
Is the video being reacted to a Magneto glazing video? Ostensibly, yes. In practice, it's been 5 minutes of whinging and about 1 minute of mentioning the mutants. I don't know if he's actually mentioned Magneto yet.
He hasn't.
No, he hasn't.
Wait, before we continue, just 'cause I know nothing. Your example with like Perry the Platypus, all I think of is like Bob looking. He sees like he sees a piece of broccoli. He's like, a broccoli, and then like it has like venom. It then has like the venom on it. Agent Venom.
It's got the
Fiction,
musical
highly
sting and
educated
everything.
So-called
Yes.
elitists turn out to be Hannibal Lecter.
What?
In
What?
real life,
Whoa,
meanwhile,
okay, wait a minute.
for making billions.
Whoa.
Okay, let's hear him out. We missed context there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Bouncing a ball. In fiction, highly educated so-called elitists turn out to be Hannibal Lecter. In real life, meanwhile, cannibal serial killers tend to have a vastly less refined background.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why don't you bring up the fucking Unabomber, Bob? That man was so well fucking educated. He was actually, quite frankly, the Unabomber is brilliant. And that's what made him so terrifying.
Also, just like really intelligent fictional characters who aren't treated like villains. So Mr. Fantastic, pretty much any like intelligent, like Tony Stark,
Yeah.
any intelligent person in comic books, Edward Elric,
Oh,
Alphonse
holy
Elric.
shit. And also, let us not forget about all the dumb villains that there are out there that are like,
Yeah.
like my mind went immediately to Fuzzy Wuzzy from the Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah.
My personal favorite is
Gang, green
actually
gang.
is something as simple as I can't remember, Dr. Dinosaurus or something for like a Spider-Man comic. Like I think everyone's seen the panel of like,
Yeah.
wait a second, you remade dinosaurs? Like you could cure cancer, but I don't want to cure
I
cancer.
don't want to cure cancer. I just want to make people dinosaurs.
You mean Amazing Spider-Man 1?
Yeah.
I don't want to cure cancer. I want to make everyone lizards.
And then another example is just like Superman taking in like a guy in the week, a villain of the week sort of thing. He made a jetpack out of stuff in his garage, and then Clark looks at him with the most like disappointed dad face ever. Just like, you made this out of your garage, and you're trying to rob a bank?
Did you misunderstand his point, Randy? He's saying in real life, cannibals are not elite.
What?
Yeah.
First of all, no. If they are elite and cannibals, we don't know about them.
And
That's why
understand.
they're terrifying.
I understand what he's saying. He was saying that like truly intelligent characters are treated like villains, like Hannibal Lecter or Walter White, and, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, he ignores all of like the truly well-respected good guy intelligent characters that we just named off. And then, and then he says, well, then meanwhile, actual, psychotics in real life are much less refined and that kind of stuff. And, you of course, like,
they're
really...
Psychopaths come in whole mixtures of shapes and sizes.
Yeah, he's just wrong.
I mean, oh my god, Epstein. That's all I have to say. And you all know exactly how horrible a fucking rich and industriously intelligent person can be.
Yep.
That's like, Bob. And now he did admit that this part was just him whining, but like, that didn't mean that he just said it was whining. He didn't say that it was wrong, which I find interesting as a distinction.
Now,
Weinstein as
obviously,
well.
there's some hyperbole
Both of the
in this.
Steens.
In reality, nerds aren't quite mutants, and we don't live in the world of the X-Men. But ask yourself, if it were, and we did, and you were a mutant, be honest. Whose team would you really end up on? The let's be nice and work with the people who hated and tormented us team, or the let's show those bastards who the world belongs to now team?
The former, because I'm not a psychopath.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, throwing this out there, it's kind of a plot point in X-Men comics that the like the people who are scared and everything, that team, the human team, they win 99% of the time.
Yeah. Also, I should make a note here. Like, there's also another possibility. You could be like Quicksilver in not first class, Days of Future Past. You're just kind of chilling out in your mom's basement, just
Exactly.
doing your own thing.
There's a lot of mutants out there that are not part of Magneto's Brotherhood or Xavier's school. Like, there's a lot of mutants that are like that are caught in the middle, that are just regular civilians, just like everyone else, who, yes, have powers, but don't really want to use them, just want to go about their daily lives like regular people as normal.
Also, by the way, watch face. Last I checked, Xavier wants to use his powers to uplift humanity alongside his people. That is 100% correct. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
His desire is coexistence. Magneto's desire is domination.
Look, Titania, we're not gonna get into the depths of the Epstein stuff. That's a wormhole, and not really like what we're here to talk about. Goofy people on the internet. That's like deep into like political stuff. I don't want to touch on.
Yeah, Titania, chill. I need you to chill out.
Well, regardless, back to the video itself. Show of hands, how many of you would not be on Magneto's Brotherhood? I wouldn't.
Hand up.
I wouldn't. No. I'm sorry. That's the. And actually, no. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm fucking. Yeah. I'm. Bob, why are you like this?
Look,
I brought him up as an example to be dropped effectively.
If I was a mutant, honestly, I'd probably end up somewhere like Nitro. In the case of I'm kind of scared of my power. I just want to sleep all day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chill.
I mean, a lot of people when they imagine themselves being an X-Men, they kind of imagine having the glorified powers, but how do you know that you don't get a crappy power like you grow your fingernails at will?
But you can't retract them. You can only grow them.
Artix points out that Days of Future Past shows that Magneto's actions caused the government to double down in the bigotry. Yeah, it's almost as if one of the biggest lessons you can learn from Magneto when he's in his biggest villain arcs is reciprocal, or is reprisal is almost inevitable whenever you want to lash out at someone who harmed you. That revenge and trying to get one over on the people that have harmed you will lead to even worse circumstances, not just for you, but for other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do wonder if there's ever been
in the back because he's sitting on the coat.
Listen, I can't. Movie Bob can't find me. I feel safe here.
Holy shit,
Listen,
he's smart.
I am hidden.
We have a sofa here. I want to let people use it.
I don't listen, man. I mean, in fairness, I'm all platinum. I got no sugar in me, but like that doesn't mean that I'm hitting. I don't know when DIABETO's gonna come through here. He's got those marshmallows, dude. Those marshmallows look really scary.
Oh, I wonder if he could actually attack me. I only drink diet sodas these days. No sugar at all.
Can you like turn into fire like that one Ace from One Piece? Is that something that like Phoenixes can do?
Yeah,
I haven't like read
powers.
up on mythical. Yeah. Okay.
In fact, anyone that's a member on the YouTube channel can use the fire emote that I have unique to this channel. And in fact, the more members that we get here, I can put it in the channel right now. There you go. Right there. There's the fire emote. Yay. We also got emotes for love. We got for laughing. And we've got for what? Which is what Twy has.
Derex. Check out the Discord.
Oh, Twy's is correction. Sorry, I was debating between which one to go for, and I landed on the "hold on a moment" pose.
Oh, wait! We have a new enemy for DIABETO.
Oh, Corn on the Goblin!
What? Oh,
The Coblin.
One moment.
I got him.
I'll post it. I'll
I got
post it. There you
I
go.
got it. Oh no, no.
my
Negative.
God.
You
Yes!
bastard.
Oh my god.
Corn on the goblin.
And once again, the day has been saved.
His
thanks
popcorn
to
bombs.
Agent Vegem, Corn on the Coblin, and Dash.
Oh wow, Robert Glendine, welcome to the crew.
Hello,
Hey.
You're the
Hey.
first
Welcome.
person. You're now officially a recruit, and the longer
Hell
you stay
yeah.
subscribed, you will actually go up in rank with that logo next to your name. You got all custom ones. Enjoy your new emojis.
Woo!
Enjoy.
Welcome to the club.
Alrighty. You also get access to the Frostbite Discord server as well. So if you want, I don't know how that works on here exactly, but figure Isa became a crew member now. Awesome.
My bro was ready for that. I swear.
Sora
Movie
said,
Bob brings everybody together.
He does.
Sora says, I would want my mutant power to be like Nico Robin, Hana no Mio power from One Piece.
The hand power, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't
that's-
choose your power, Sora. That's the unfortunate thing. You're just
Well, I
born
mean,
with it.
Like
Sora can want to have those powers.
it's the big meme in the X-Men community, especially with the one scene from X3, bad movie as it was, Rogue, I kill everybody I touch, compared to I'm literally worshipped as a god in Africa, Storm right next to
Well,
me.
like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of like stories about that because as much as X-Men is like great at its themes of like revenge and discrimination and that kind of stuff, it is still very different from the kind of racism that we have in real life. Is that there are times, as like an example, I couldn't remember the name of the, but there was one where this Omega level mutant was like this kid who was uncontrollably killing everyone around him. Basically, and like I want to say even his entire town has basically died because of him. And Logan was the only person who could get close enough to talk to him just because of his healing factor. And the kid was basically like, just kill me. Because I can't control this. If you take me to like Xavier, I'm just gonna kill more people. And it's like that kind of realization of, yes, there are like the mutants who are truly that terrifying are very, very rare. But there's still that
Johnny
kind of like
Chainsaw Hands versus Tommy Five Dicks.
Oh no. Sure. Not Shigaraki, this particular mutant, I know the story. He had a radius of like a mile that all organic matter disintegrated around him.
Yeah, Ed Sminsky says, how about the mutant whose power was to explode exactly once? Yes.
oh
Yeah.
Yup.
from that comic, yeah, it's called The Worst X-Men. It's actually kind of funny. It's
Izanagi says, pretty sure you guys know, given my love of rail decks, the power I want. I actually
No,
don't
actually.
because I have never watched Rail Index. I need it on my list to watch.
Unfortunately, I do, Isa, and I will reiterate again, you do not get to choose your powers.
I mean, One Piece you kind of can, but like you got to know what the fruit does, which is, I don't know if you... How many people know what the fruit does before they bite into it?
A good chunk of people actually, but
Okay,
they're the
alright.
people. Well, they're the people that actually have like encyclopedias because they're in the know that well.
I genuinely want to know like the process of figuring out like the power for a devil fruit. Like, so do you dissect it? Is there like, can you look at the like how do you find out?
You
Is
ask
it just
it
like with
politely.
experience? Oh.
The general idea, experimentation mostly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Coffo
I mean,
Pug says, was always low-key disinterested in X-Men stuff ever since I was a kid. I'd say the discourse around Faunus and Ruby made me realize how stupid superpowered people as oppressed minorities allegories is. They handle it typically better in... I want to say they handle it better in X-Men than they do with the Faunus. The Faunus.
Depends on
Yeah,
the
they
version.
do.
Yeah.
Wild.
And the versions, but overall, yes.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, like it's not hard to be better than something that was done in Ruby.
The worst part about it is that in certain cases you can kind of say, like say Senator Kelly is the big anti-mutant advocate for X-Men, and he points out, kind of rightly, that if Jean Grey, Magneto, or Xavier really, if they had a bad day, everyone would be dead.
Yep.
Yeah,
That is true.
it's still because like, and there are people who like blow it out of proportion, because
I
there
agree.
is the realization that not everyone has like really dangerous
It
powers.
is
But
interesting because it's such a distinct difference than a lot of discrimination is. Where a lot of discrimination, it can be fueled from a sense of superiority on the part of the discriminator, and like, we are better than these people, we look down upon this other group. With mutants, it's out of pure fear, almost always, where it's like, we fear A, what we do not understand, and B, what we do understand is terrifying. Like,
yeah,
If Juggernaut goes on a rampage, hell, every other timeline Wolverine goes off his rocker.
yeah. So it's
Yeah,
like that's why I find it interesting as like it's still, no matter how hard they try, it doesn't quite spin out the same as typical discrimination does.
and it's part of the reason why like this is such a terrible analogy. Whatever the hell Bob is trying to, to how he was bullied as a kid, because there's actually a couple people, there's quite a number of characters who are kind of justified to be afraid of mutants to an extent. Whereas like Bob is just talking about, oh, well, I was a nerd in school and I was bullied unjustly. And X-Men has like a lot more nuance in that regard. I think you were saying earlier, the whole reciprocal discrimination that, Magneto himself also gives to, normal people, and how it just kind of like reciprocates this big...
Well,
like,
everyone's saying that Juggernaut's not a mutant.
He technically isn't because he's possessed by a particular god, but for all intents and purposes...
Okay, that's like the same time as saying that Spider-Man is a fucking spider idol, all right? Like, that's...
Correct.
That's retconned, all right? And Juggernaut, more like Juggernaut. Are you going to draw a Juggernaut variant, but he's like made out of an acorn?
He's like a walnut, but like the top
so
half.
that he can battle diabetes.
Guys, nuts are good for you. Like peanuts and like walnuts, they're good for you. So it's another member. Juggernaut also will fight against DIABETO.
Jake Batterson are we sure Andrew Dobson and Bob aren't the same person or long lost twins? Oh no, there's a lot of crossover between the two. Like in terms of like personality, they are both self-righteous and very much they feel like they've been slighted by society.
Wait, sorry, I thought of something that I imagine. So Movie Bob is like squaring up against Juggernaut, and he's like, we're not so different, you and I. We're both nuts.
But yes, Juggernaut has some things, but I was just giving it as another example of a lot of people are terrified of mutants because there are specific members of the Brotherhood who are horrifying.
It's not even just necessarily like the really big earth-shattering mutants too. Like even just, someone who can turn invisible and can like go peeping on people in the shower or some shit like that. Or they have the power to like, they have like Gios or some shit, or just something. I don't know. Well, maybe that's not like necessarily menial, but even like Wolverine without his healing factor.
Well, I'm just like that. Like think of someone from My Hero Academia just dropped into our world. Someone like Shinso. There's a legitimate reason why his power is feared as a villain's power in a world suffused with superpowers. Like, mind control is still terrifying to a population that is 80% superpowers.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you can imagine that on a scale where it's like, what, 1% of the population has these powers? Yeah.
Yeah, around.
I was going to say, Juggernaut has a brief arc where he's actually tricked by DIABETO. It's like, you see, our fat contents aren't all that different. and like they have to like, no, you understand, Juggernaut, yours are the good fats, yours are the healthy fats, Juggernaut. You gotta return to good.
He's like the morally ambiguous one. He's the anti-hero of the team.
It's like how Wings of Redemption and Boogie are the same person or twins. Also, Dobson and Bob are both Nintendo fanatics. Oh god.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I have something now.
Oh.
It's what is it? The Super Mario Bros. 3 Brick by Brick.
Is that wait, what is that?
Was that his book?
That's by Bob Chipman, yeah.
That might be it.
look through and see if you can
Yes!
find the console wars being his personal 9/11 real quick.
That's right,
still
because
can't
he
get
like
over that.
he like goes into detail describing every single thing. It's basically like an extended instruction booklet for the game.
Yep.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, it's really lame. Like it's bad, but it's like some of it might be funny to read at some point. But yeah, let's we're close. We're 3 seconds away.
I think that's
Be
it.
nice and work
I think
with
it's
the
credits
people who
now.
hated and tormented us team, or the let's show those bastards who the world belongs to now team. I know where I'd be. Just saying. I'm Bob.
Yeah, Tanya. Remember that whole thing about like, oh, it's a joke. Oh, he's just saying that this is a bad thing. He just outright admitted it. That's not a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If I
I
suddenly
would be
developed
on the
powers,
side
guess
of-
what I would do?
Listen, no, like you guys think I'm joking, but like an actual quote from him is that he was disappointed that the Nazis had ruined eugenics because he actually
What?
Yes, that is a
That's-
real
yeah.
quote by him.
that's
Yes. Yes.
yeah. Remember that for the quiz, by the way. It's gonna be on I'm like 80% sure that's on the quiz.
It will be on the test later.
Oh my god, holy thank God.
that was
I'm sorry.
that
for
was the perfect
Oh, is that
timing.
Chester? Oh,
Yeah,
is that Chester?
Yes, that is my boy. I'm sorry.
No, Billy Donuts. I did not sneeze. I choked on some water.
And like the
And then your
perfect
cat was
time, the
like,
cat
"Language."
the cat was like, "I'm gonna bleep you out now."
I'm sorry. He hops up on my desk and he is very vocal at times. My
No,
bad.
that's adorable.
That- yeah, we're never gonna get mad at Chester being vocal.
Yes.
How can a
Mhm.
book drink? Shut up.
Where do you think? Where do you think the text comes from? I have to get my ink, man. Come on.
Yeah, but how?
I'm not at liberty to say.
That's classified.
There are holes you couldn't even begin to imagine. It's like, what the fuck? So we've only got that. We got through that in an hour and 40 minutes for a 6-minute video. That's
Wow.
So
Unique.
many tangents.
do we want to try and do one more of his videos? Maybe take a look at that.
You got one
Sure.
picked out.
I
I thought you were going. Sorry, you were extending the sh. I thought you were going.
Gene, look, it's very lewd to ask a book to open itself.
Let me try and find it.
Go for his Snow White take. Is that where you're going for?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the Snow White
Actually,
remake.
I've actually seen this Snow White remake.
Oh, I have
Oh.
not. I'm too scared of it.
This
You
episode's
need
about
to
that kind of
consent
noise.
to the book.
Oh God. This one is much more substantive.
How do you know?
Oh, okay.
This one is 14 minutes.
This
Oh,
episode,
boy.
I don't know if I'll be here for all of this.
Well, yeah, we'll try to get through this in a timely fashion, but Jesus.
I mean, if I Know Nothing is the only one who's seen the remake.
I remember his Halo
maybe?
Reach takes. I mentioned that at the start of the stream. His Halo Reach takes were awful.
Pete, that's not stopped us before. Raymond has made us watch a bunch of reactions to video games that none of us except for him have not even Raymond has played. He has watched other people play.
Hey, yo.
I can dream, god damn it.
He knows enough.
Yeah.
I am wishing that I rewatched the original Snow White recently. I meant to do that before like watching the remake, which I'm probably going to do eventually.
Oh, he's talked about Happily Ever After?
Oh,
Almost certainly.
enjoy that. What is?
You know what? I like that movie, Bob. You just don't be mean to it, even though that it's a cheap movie.
Happily Ever. Okay, I'm trying to think. That's not okay. I'm thinking of Enchanted. What was Happily Ever After?
Happily Ever After was made to be a sequel to Snow White, but they had to technically change it because, Disney still has copyright over
Mhm.
it's Snow White. Like she was meant to be like the Disney Snow White, but they had to change it just enough. So instead of Snow White like Snow White is going to be married to the prince, but she's going to invite the 7 dwarves to her wedding, but she learns that the dwarves have moved away and now their cousins are living in their old cottage, and an evil sorcerer who is the sister or the brother of the evil queen is wanting to take revenge on Snow White and the prince for killing his sister.
And fun fact, the brother was actually voiced by the main character of Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Really?
Wait,
Oh.
Malcolm McDowell?
Yes.
Holy
I have-
shit.
I have
Okay, I
never
like
heard
that.
of this movie before. I'm putting this on a list. I'm
I'm gonna
excited.
go, as someone who is also familiar with that movie, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you now, lower your expectations, because it's not exactly
Does
something
he
to
talk
write
about
home
going
about.
to the up?
Yeah, no, it is a very cheap movie. Like it was made by a very tiny studio. I think they went bankrupt not very long after it.
Yeah.
But like they just wanted to make a fun film with what they had available to them, and I think it holds up enough. Like it's not going to be a masterpiece like Disney did, but it's still relatively fun.
Hey,
I'll check it
I
out.
want to make a fan art of Movie Bob. Where do I visit? Well, you can access the Team Frostbite page, Discord server, which is, where basically all of us hang out most regularly by donating $1 or more to my Patreon, or by becoming a member here on YouTube, though I'm not entirely sure how the mechanic exactly works. It tells me that it's linked, but I don't know. Basically, you get into the Patreon, you just throw it into the art channel. You get into the Patreon, you get into the Discord server, and you go to the art channel, and you just tag us effectively. That's where you throw the art to us.
Twy, are you going to watch Disney Twisted Tales? Maybe. Maybe I can probably do that on a stream on my channel some point. I don't know.
Also, by the way, a 2-sentence
these
review of
books.
the Snow White remake. Boring and not the best remake, and the best thing about it is actually Rachel Zegler and Gal Gadot, because one is hilariously bad at acting and the other one reminds me of my really bad theater acting days.
Also, they at least their on-screen chemistry would be authentic because they fucking hate each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, okay,
Yeah.
you need to tell me this. And I don't care about spoilers. I don't think anyone here cares about spoilers. Did they try to redeem the evil queen?
No.
Okay. All right.
There is no redemption of the evil queen. The only thing that is quote unquote redemptive for the evil queen. I mean, it's a joke that, because I watched this movie with my brother, and he made a comment as we were walking out. We're at the start of the movie, that everything was perfectly fine in Snow White's kingdom when her dad was in charge. Then his wife died. He married the evil queen, and then she took over. And then everything went to shit. What is the movie saying about this?
What did the movie mean by this? Woman gains power and everything goes to shit. What did the movie mean by this?
Fun fact though, the early stories of Snow White are actually mostly lost to history because we can't really find very many examples of Snow White in oral or written form prior to the Grimm brothers, except for a story that was written, I think, in Italy that was meant to be a sort of parody of Snow White because the main character was the evil queen.
The Grimm.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
So the Grimm
Yeah.
brothers weren't the ones who.
No.
No, the Grimm brothers didn't invent shit.
Yeah,
They
They
just
just-
they collected. They were basically archivists.
Yeah.
They were
Archivists and
I-
revisionists.
Okay.
But yeah, archivists and revisionists because they butchered a lot of fairy tales in their subsequent renditions.
Welcome to the crew,
Like-
Epic Master.
Yeah, welcome.
Also, Thoughtful
This-
Plug says, I know Snow White was one of Hitler's favorite films. I wonder how he'd feel about the remake considering all that drama. My God, that would be hilarious if just suddenly from Argentina there was just yes, hello, it is me, Hitler, and I wanted to give my 2 senses about the current state of Snow White. Kyle.
People bring him back like just for that. They just want to know like what his opinion is on like
Don't you know anything about science?
renditions of like
What-
stories and art that he liked when he was alive.
What were you going to say prior to that, Pete?
Oh, about Snow White? Or
like
the
you were
Grimm
asking
brothers?
me. Yeah, the Grimm brothers.
Oh yeah, no, I've been meaning to read up on like some of the older fairy tale stuff, and I actually kind of wanted, because besides like watching through the respective Disney movies as I'm going through Kingdom Hearts, I actually kind of also wanted to expose myself to some of the original, and I have read some of the older. I've read like some of the stuff from the Pinocchio stuff from like the really old magazine that it originated from, but I've been meaning to like read a little bit more into, especially like the Grimm brothers. That's the main reason why. I really do not know Grimm brothers to speak on them.
Well, I
all
will
I'm saying.
say, like there is a misconception of a lot of people's perception of fairy tales because, like there's an example just yesterday in Zero's Twitch stream when he was going through Kingdom Hearts. Someone was talking about how they hated the Disney rendition of Cinderella because it wasn't like the original Cinderella fairy tale, and I'm like. Are you talking about the German variant that came out decades after French version was written down?
Even I'm someone who's like, original does not always mean best.
Right,
Well,
too.
look, original is also a bit of a misnomer because the majority of these stories that we tell each other, like what we consider fairy tales and fables and folk tales, are thousands of years old and have been spread and changed and modified to fit the regions over thousands of years. There is really no such thing.
Was it Red Riding Hood or Cinderella or something was backdated like as far as ancient Egypt?
That would be actually Cinderella, but also Beauty and the Beast is also from ancient Greek with the story of Psyche and Cupid. And also, I think it said that Jack and the Beanstalk is, like, as far back as maybe even 5,000 years old.
Jesus Christ.
Does the Epic of Gilgamesh count as a fairy tale?
I don't think the Epic of Gilgamesh counts as a fairy tale. It is
An epic is its own classification. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
because like
The same
the Epic of
things, like-
Beowulf.
Yeah, epics / mythology have technically their own
Okay,
sort
fair.
of.
And then you have
place
Epic
that
the
would-
musical.
yes.
Oh yeah, which is fantastic, by the way.
Yes.
But yeah,
Yes.
I've just been reading up on some fairy tale stuff.
Yeah. I will say, stories like, Snow White are maybe not, like, we find it difficult to find variations because of the tracing of it has just been lost throughout time. But something like Little Red Riding Hood, for instance, has been found to have many variations across Europe and even some variations in Asia. But also, the original tale is French, and it is completely different from what we know of now as the tale of Little Red Riding Hood, because the hood was invented by Charles Perrault in the 1600s. The huntsman who saves the grandma and Little Red from the wolf was invented by the Grimm brothers, because how dare a woman save herself from a wolf? We have to have a man to save them. So that is literally the reason why.
I for one want a sound bit of Twice saying they invented the hood.
Yes, please.
Ed Stevenson says, didn't Neuralities talk about this with Sleeping Beauty? Probably. I don't know.
Oh, Sleeping Beauty is a lot darker, and it goes on for a lot longer because I think the end of the story goes into the persecution that she faces, because after she goes with her children to go live and be married to the prince, the villagers think that she is a witch, so she and her children have to run away and live in a cave for a while. It's a whole thing.
Anyway, let us see what Bob has to say about the current Snow White.
Yeah.
It's about cutting through the noise and the fake bullshit, speaking your mind, and being able to just watch a damn movie sometimes. 3 things that are getting harder to do in an uneasy world with an increasingly cluttered, broken, restricted internet.
It's an
you know
ad,
what can help?
isn't
NordVPN.
Wait, is he putting on an accent?
No. He is actually from Boston. He actually does the opposite. He takes off an accent.
Oh,
But he slips
huh.
into it sometimes. I don't know. Like, it's inconsistent when he does. So yeah, NordVPN ad. Yay, we can skip some video, basically. Just
Well-
Guys, you're watching a web video in 2025. You know what a VPN does. And if you
Charles McGill.
don't, you can learn more and try the NordVPN 2-year plan
Yeah, let's
plus
skip
4 months
that.
extra by going to
Yeah.
NordVPN.com hide and seek. And you weren't? NordVPN is the solution you'll be.
Noid.
NordVPN.com/movie.
Noid.
This is now becoming a commercial for this NordVPN ad has become an ad for Pizza Hut.
Hey, Bang, what are we going to do today, mate?
Scout from Team Fortress 2.
I am annoyed.
30-day money-back guarantee. And now on to the
Oh,
show.
shut up!
Well, at least his audio
Finally.
quality has improved, so that's nice. Yeah, that's the only thing that has improved.
Yeah.
Something.
I'll take what I can get with Movie Bob.
Why all the fat
What if
jokes?
they gave a-
Because he
Oh my
is-
god, that's loud.
Yeah, he is unrepentantly overweight. And we went over this at the beginning of stream, all right? The man said that 40 chicken nuggets, 4 double cheeseburgers, 2 large fries, and 4 large sodas was an average amount of food. I am sorry for anyone that's, like, irritated about fat jokes. He brought that on himself.
Yeah.
There is, like, people that don't want to be fat, and then there's people that just Bob. There's Bob.
Yeah,
Then there's
like
Bob.
there is a certain limit because there are like he said, there are people who don't become overweight due to something that they consciously did. It was an unconscious thing that happened over many years. Then there's people like Movie Bob who are not only are they complicit with the state of their bodies, but they also are kind of proud of it and boast about it in a way that is just baffling.
He isn't making fun of
So-
anyone's appearances. I just don't see why calling him diabeto is warranted. Also, wasn't that a challenge
Wait.
about eating food? It's because it was a challenge that said, would you try to eat this for $3,500? Because it was a challenge. And his return was, that's a normal amount of food for a normal person for a single meal. And
Yeah.
everyone was like, what the fuck are you smoking? Evidently, it's that good shit because you can swallow that much. Enchanting Gig says, I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
Oh my god, Twilight.
Yeah, I know.
Wouldn't you take that challenge? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to eat half of that.
Yeah, no,
I wouldn't
said,
be able to eat half of that either.
I will take that challenge if my Patreon ever reaches $1,000. I will do that on stream.
I personally like my heart to function.
Okay, but we have this. We're not so different, you and I, for you see, we're both a little nuts.
Punches him in the face.
God.
This rogues gallery is amazing.
It is.
Fucking love it.
God, no, like imagine if like this was in the McDonald's that he was robbing, and he was trying to rob everything that you just read off, Raymond. He was robbing the McDonald's of 2 number 9s, a number 9, et cetera, et cetera.
That's a
And then-
light snack for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
Team
my
Jack
god!
eating
Like,
competition. Ooh, no. Please don't. We don't want you to get sick. Look, it would be a one-time thing.
also, for anyone else who is worried about us making fun of Movie Bob over this challenge, there are fat people in this world who would look at that and say, "I can't finish that," because you know what? If they didn't get fat because of overconsumption. It's just that we have too many calories for very small things that we consume as snacks.
He also marinates his chicken in Mountain Dew, and that alone gets me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds like the world's worst stomach ache. No, it would more than likely end with me vomiting. I have no illusions about that ending poorly for me, but it's worth it if we reach $1,000 in donations.
Wait. Actually, if we can vomit, sure, I'll do it.
No. Vomiting is the end of like you have to go through
That's
the whole
it. You're
challenge
done.
without vomiting.
Got it. Okay.
After you've completed it, then you're free to go. But like maybe you got to hold it down for a couple of minutes to make sure, that sort of thing. Anyway, what if they gave a culture war and nobody came? I guess that's a reference to something. I'm pretty sure.
Meh.
Also, there's.
So I just want to.
Whoa.
Oh my god. I was just gonna say quickly, there is a challenge like that used to happen, not like overconsumption, but at my friend's workplace, they used to have a wings challenge that if you could finish those wings without getting sick, you could win all of the money in the jackpot from all of the people who have bought the wings prior. And the hospital asked them to stop it because people were going into the hospital for burns to the back of their throats.
Oh god.
Damn.
Yeah. Titania, we should clarify here. We feel comfortable making fun of his appearance because his behavior as a person is abhorrent. Like, this is the step. It's like, he has lost a lot of respect for a lot of the shit that he has said. Like,
and like, considering where the respect levels for him were at like 10 years ago, that's saying a lot. We're currently in negative levels of respect right now.
Here's the thing. Respect is something that is usually earned, but is automatically granted to people for the fact that we don't know whether or not they are a good person or not. If you are a bad person in like a really horrible capacity, you no longer have the right to respect. It is a right. It is a privilege to have respect.
Titania, someone, I think Co's Blade's Fate brought it up. He is a proponent of eugenics. He's sad that eugenics were ruined by the Nazis. I have no qualms making fun of his appearance. All right? That should tell you everything you need to know about this man. Anyway, let us see. I was going to do the.
I do like the jazz.
It's good.
So I just want to pop in here and explain exactly what it is that we're doing here. Earlier in the week, depending on when I get this up, probably a couple days ago, I posted my review of the new live-action.
Hold up. Why does he have the YouTube link as like?
Oh, he always does that. He actually puts the YouTube link like people are going to type that in.
What? You have like it's the thing in the top right.
It's the iCard, yeah.
I'm
the
kind of
iCard,
like
the indent.
at this point.
Description.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised that like he doesn't just make a if you want to continue doing it, at least like make a joke out of it. You know, like have it be like this obnoxiously long link, but it's obviously fake, and you put like some YouTube / your mom gay or like some
never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down.
Yeah, YouTube / and it's just like the opening monologue of Lord of the Rings.
YouTube / please don't actually copy this link.
Yeah. No, like that'd be funny. Movie Bob, listen, do that. Like put the little links in your
give Movie Bob advice.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, come on. That would actually be kind of funny. And like just on the fact that you have done this so often and that it is kind of stupid, this would actually be really funny.
Fine, as y'all probably hear me say a couple times in the incoming footage. It's just fine. Nothing really wrong with it. Nothing spectacular about it. It's fine.
I'm sure that you're wrong.
The new Snow White movie?
Press F to doubt.
There's a lot of wrong with it, actually. It's not hard to find an easy thing.
Okay, just ballparking it, not holding you to it ultimately, because you probably want to think deeper on it, but just gut reaction out of 10. What are we looking at here?
Somewhere around a 3.
that's about what I thought it was going to be.
Based off of what I've heard about the events of the movie, I would probably want to say a 2 or a 3 as well. As someone who is speculating on the quality of the film, because I have never watched it.
It's also a live-action Disney adaptation, and I mean, those have always been good. Don't you guys remember Mulan? You guys remember Aladdin? You guys remember Little Mermaid? Those were good, weren't they?
God, I just think about the fucking Mulan film, and I get viscerally angry. Everything good, like of all of the remakes, it is the only one that literally cut out everything good about the original that it was remaking. Like, I cannot get over that. Like, even like the Aladdin one.
It gave Mulan superpowers.
Aladdin tried to capture the genie magic again. They tried to capture the likable, street rat attitude. They tried and failed, but they still tried. Mulan didn't give a fuck. Fucking most of the actors were asleep at the wheel.
I mean, I enjoyed watching Jet Li be so tired he didn't give a fuck.
Here's the thing that I have a problem with a lot of these live action films is that a lot of them are made in the sense of they don't respect the original material simply because it's old. And there was a movement roughly about 15 years ago of people hating on anything that wasn't current year in terms of coming out. So if it was 20 years old, 30 years old, 80 years old, that was
right back.
Even older, automatically bad because it didn't have the modern sensibilities that we have in current 2000 whatever era modern day. And that it really destroyed a lot of people's perceptions of a lot of older media and a lot of media in general that we have, because suddenly, because it is not fitting to a very particular mindset, therefore it sets everybody back, and that we shouldn't have these as aspects of our culture in the first place. And that's not necessarily true, because despite the fact that they are old, there are still a lot of good things in these stories that people can take messages from, positive messages, even if it isn't a girl bossing or whatever. Like, sorry, I'm one sec.
No worries.
She was talking too much truth.
I was going to add on to that. Because it was a huge contention for the movie itself, because Rachel Zegler's first big thing that people learned about her was her effectively bashing the original animation.
Yes. Oof. I dislike her for that. Because she sounds like an ignorant moron who doesn't know anything, and that she has sitting up on her high horse, acting all high and mighty as though she and her stuff in particular, because she stars in the film, is much better than the previous rendition of the film simply because it is old and she is not part of it, because she is the savior of womankind and she is that to right all of the wrongs that she thinks is in the films. That is how she comes across.
That is insanely bad PR.
100%, and it's not an exaggeration. I feel like Twy can agree with me. The original animation for Snow White is probably one of, if not top 10 most important movies ever.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, it's funny too that that mindset of looking down on older animation. Just because it was from an older time is so ironic, when I want to say there was an interview that happened recently with a Disney animator or someone who worked at Disney being asked why they couldn't make older animation, and it was because they don't know how to.
They also got rid of all of the materials in order to be able to do that. And it's not that people don't know how to do old animation anymore. It's that they don't think that it's going to be monetarily viable anymore. So we are losing the ability to do that in the first place.
DIABETO says, fun fact, the live-action Snow White movie has a worse rating than Dragon Ball Evolution on IMDb.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
wow.
and that's
Glorious.
because Dragon
And
Ball's
people have been
Evolution
blowing
is
it up.
more faithful to Dragon Ball than the Snow White film is to Snow White.
I'm like,
Um,
here's. I think the. Sorry, you go first.
I just wanted to kind of hit a few points in here. Someone saying the Lilo and Stitch movie looking to be good. It looks generic as fuck. I don't get any energy from it.
I'm going
Same.
like all of the other films. I am going to hold off on my opinions on it because from first blush, it does not look all that bad. I don't care if it looks generic. I don't care if it looks like this, that, or the other. I am going to wait for more
I
information.
should clarify.
Yeah.
Generic at this point is better than every other remake I've seen so far. It just I have very little interest in it. And then finally, Aiden Hughes, hey Celtic, would you watch the Halo TV show to see how bad it is? They made the Flood old school zombies. I would rather throw myself off the towers downtown multiple
Well, of
times.
course you would. You can fly.
I will cut my own
Titan-
wings off.
Titan
Clip the wings.
Titan asked me, "How did we end up like that? When did we as a society fail like that?"
It was only
I
a
think
kiss. It was only a sorry.
I
I
think
Lord of the Rings speech. Sorry.
I think that society just doesn't have critical thinking skills. Chester agrees with me.
Chester's like, I disagree with that.
Oh, that's what he was saying. I'm sorry. I don't speak that
Our
very
cat's a
well.
little rusty.
If
Yeah.
anything, the final thing that I actually should say about, because it's been pointed out in the chat about Rachel Zegler, at least in this movie, ignoring the meta. Holy hell, who gave her Lord Farquaad's haircut? Like, I'm sorry. They did her dirty. They did her so dirty. There was a meme on, because it's not the best channel, but there's a guy that makes like AI songs based on the chats and comments of a video, and one of them was he goes like, Lord Farquaad couldn't get the princess, so he became one instead.
Oh,
Damn, dude, living in a dragon's stomach must really did a number on him.
did you get that the whale song from Jonah and the Whale? I'm swimming with fishes here in the belly of the whale. I got
But yeah, to quickly finish my point, because Chester interrupted. I think that the problem is that there is a lot of politics going on, especially with the feminist movement, and a lot of people just don't critically think about things, so they think that anything that doesn't have what is the popular rhetoric at the moment must be bad and must be oppressive because it does not fit the current rhetoric, which was strong women need to be action heroes just like men. And it was never meant to be that women can only be action heroes and can only be men with big tits in order for them to be seen as equal to men. It was, we want women to have more agency than just being a damsel in distress. But that also led to people thinking that every single Disney movie was a damsel in distress story simply because there were a couple of them where the prince came to save the day. And it was just a lot of people just blanketing Disney films in particular as every single fairy tale is like that, when that is definitely not the case. Not even all Disney movies are like that.
Do you guys think we're ever going to get a Mickey Mouse movie? I mean, we've gotten like dozens.
Several.
Plenty.
Yeah, like
I mean,
off the top of my
Mouse
head,
with
Three Musketeers.
the
Like,
Three
Like if
Musketeers.
you're asking like a Mickey
Live
Mouse
action?
movie in like the same, oh, I didn't know if that was what they were. Like I was just saying if they mean like in the same vein that we have a Goofy movie and an extremely Goofy movie. It's just a movie that's like specifically about Mickey and
yeah, I was
maybe
going to say,
Minnie
actually,
and-
the one that stands out to me that doesn't really get all that much like movie love is Donald.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
the
I
only-
noticed that too.
The only thing that Donald gets, typically speaking, is well, it's not even Donald. It's typically like Scrooge. It's the DuckTales
Yeah.
crew.
Yeah, and Donald is a side character in DuckTales.
Yeah, so it's like Donald's. You gotta be asking about poor old Donald. Why isn't he good? You know what? You know what? It's probably because he's like pseudo retired. He did his time during World War II in the propaganda department.
Yeah,
that is true.
Well,
I mean,
it's also, I feel like a lot of it's not even just like movies. I think it's also, and again, I'm not like an expert on like really old Mickey Mouse animations, but I've seen like my fair share of them. Like the only Donald Duck centric cartoons that I can think of are like the ones where all of Mickey's orphans are just kicking his ass because they're all a bunch of obnoxious shits. Something like that might also be the reason why, like,
who would want to spend 91 minutes listening to Donald Duck talk? I mean, fair.
You'd be surprised.
Who would be surprised?
I'd love that.
Oh my god, if I Google Donald Duck ASMR.
Do you have any idea how easy it would be for like Donald Duck to do a parody of like a tirade of slurs, but it's like a
No, oh my god, freaking Donald Duck reading 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
No, it has to be Donald and Goofy. They have to like trade off on the characters.
Look, I was gonna say, speaking of someone who pointed it out, after hearing Donald say, "Look, Sora, it's Sephiroth."
Fuck, I forgot about
Get over that. Like, get over that.
All right, well, let's continue this video that we are only a minute in now.
Oh yeah. Forgot about that.
Or really interest myself in fucking box office analysis because I frankly don't get paid enough to do that, and I have a soul. Fuck that noise. Since a lot of the reviews now that I try to get up as early as possible because the days of getting screenings a week out or even 2 weeks out from new movies.
I'm surprised that he
seems
still
to have
uses those
basically
faces.
subsided, especially with studios like.
No, remember what I said?
Well,
the production quality has not changed other than he got a new microphone. Everything is still exactly the fucking same.
I think what was
holy
weird.
shit.
I think what was weird too is that like I thought that like one of them was like it looked familiar like one of the ones that he used, but it looked like Charles McGill from Better Call Saul, and I was like, is that a new one or is that
No, he's always had these are all the same.
I guess so I'm thinking it's just coincidence that it just looked like Chuck.
Disney. So the screenings now, especially in a secondary market like Boston, I'm usually freestyling the review as opposed to getting a whole detailed script out, and as a result, I'm editing and cutting around my thoughts to get them in order. And what ended up happening is I had a bunch of thoughts that were straightforward about the movie, and also a lot.
Oh, by the way,
say...
this isn't a burning effect that he put on. That's just him speeding up what happened to his green wall.
Oh, I thought it was just the video self-deleting.
Yeah, no, he just recorded his green for like a whole. He got this. He also put like a neat fire.
Very nice. Hey, Titania, what did I say about chilling?
Yeah, Titania, I looked at Bob's Twitter and he seemed to be against eugenics at least now. Should you try to cancel him for old tweets or make fat jokes? It's almost as if he got called out for it and he's trying to cover his ass, even though every single like bead of information we have on him indicates that he genuinely likes that stuff. Like,
yeah,
you need to understand that he didn't just switch overnight, or like he did switch overnight, which indicates he didn't really switch. He just went into hiding.
Yeah. Also, we're not canceling him. Making fun of and canceling are two different things.
We're allowed to laugh at people for their history. It's fine. People
Also,
laugh
I
at me
will
all the
make,
time. It's fine.
It's hard to cancel someone who's already been canceled.
Yeah, I'll make fun. I'll make fun of say Boogie 2988's weight all the time because he's a horrible human being.
Oh my god! When you fake cancer, man.
Yeah.
Also, how do you cancel someone who had no career to begin with?
Yeah.
How do you kill that which has no life?
Like, I might be way too generous in saying that I'm willing to believe that maybe Movie Bob has improved since that last video that we watched. But I mean, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if he hasn't.
He has said some absolutely terrible shit. Like, this man is not. How do you kill what died a long time ago? Yeah,
that which is dead can never die.
People die when they're anyway.
Somewhat angrily, but pretty coherently,
Not
at least
movie
for
Bob.
me, about all of this horseshit leading up to it, about the gossip and trying to tear down the actors and actresses, and all of this politicized YouTube shit, which I did a whole other episode about, not specifically leading up to this movie, just about the way that the YouTube algorithm rewards people for saying any upcoming movie sucks.
Okay, but
Uh,
so far, I'm pretty sure at the very least one of those came true. No one liked the most recent Captain America.
I really wanted to like it, and I watched that shit day one.
Mm.
Yeah, it looked like garbage, and everyone came out as saying it was garbage. So
Correct.
Cool.
I don't know what you're talking about here, Bob. That's not just people. People are finding videos on this because they're accurate.
Basically,
Axel, what do you think happens when we die? That is above our pay grade. All right.
It's actually
is for the scholars and the fools.
it's actually funny that you say that. I wrote like a short story when I was back in high school, specifically to like get across what I felt like it would be like to die. I'll like maybe if I can find it, I might share it sometime. But
Ayo.
like I can
YouTube
summarize it, but I don't want to like take up time.
Yeah, we'll continue here.
is now in competition with all new movies and all other new media, and it has this rightward bent, but also
What do you mean
everything
now?
sucks.
Wait, what?
Nihil
Wait,
sucks. Basically, because YouTube is now in competition with all new movies and all other new media, and it has this rightward bent, but also everything sucks, nihilistic, cynical bent. And then it really went over the top about this one to the point where it was conspiratorial about
What?
What?
So he's basically saying YouTube is now in competition with big budget movies and other forms of media for our entertainment, but also YouTube inherently is right leaning and has gone after this movie to slander it.
I think I've pulled it up on stream before, but like there is actually a track of like the actual flow of YouTube, and it always flows politically to the left. Like you follow like all the recommendations always take a lean towards left-leaning channels. Like I don't even know where you're getting the right-wing one, other than they're popular.
Well, it's because there was a really big video that blew up that talked about the YouTube to right-wing pipeline or whatever. I've seen that in my recommended a few times.
Same.
How can you say that, Raymond? I'm pretty sure it came from a neutral and analyst site that actually talked about it. Like, I could pull it up now, but like it absolutely, I remember seeing that chart, and it was a pretty detailed chart.
Also, rage bait engagement gets a lot of views.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yep.
Congrats.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, like there's
That was literally the dawn of YouTube. Was like within. Do you not know what a Rickroll is, good sir?
Oh fuck! I can't believe you done this.
that is also a problem with a lot of American shit because they don't have regulations for that kind of stuff. So it kind of blew up, especially after the internet happened.
I'm a bigger believer to the Team Jack to Weeb pipeline personally.
I mean, look. Any and all accusations of that are purely coincidental, and obviously, it's all just being made up by big sportsmen to make us look bad.
Oh, I did see after I went back and watched a little bit of our podcast last week, someone said in the chat that I missed last week that they had, because I talked about Cage of Eden so much, that they went and read it, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm not. That's hilarious. Okay, I'm going to pull up this thing close that, and then get back to the video.
what this movie this movie was gonna be, what it was not gonna be, all of this gossip and rumor mongering, coupled with a more general industry gossip magazine thing to trash the hell out of the young actress who is the lead of this movie, which has always been a shitty thing about the film industry and the way it treats.
No!
In fairness,
she brought that on her fucking self!
Yeah, like with how much like she had been saying about the original Snow White, I would honestly be would be very surprised to hear that there weren't any, left-leaning or centrist people. Like, if it was only the right-wing people who were talking about it, because there's no way, like, unless you're trying to tell me that, like, only right-wing people were fans of the original Snow White, I don't...
Like, when the Snow White movie was first announced, I actually got into a fight with an old friend of mine, and I say old because we're not friends anymore. But I got into a fight with this person because she was complaining about the dress that Rachel Zegler was in, like that famous picture of her in the Snow White costume, and she was talking about how ugly it was, and I said, well, at least it looks movie accurate to the original animated movie. And she said, well, that doesn't matter. And I'm like, but it should. Like, why are you getting so angry about the dress looking accurate? Like, it might not look the best, but we don't know the context for it. Maybe it's like an early draft of the costume in order to see like how it looks on screen or whatever. We don't know.
What did the actress do? She actively bashed the original animation. She actively bashed. She said that it was outdated, that it had a lot of squicky themes and ideas that weren't really good for our times, and that Snow White isn't going... Like, she basically flaunted what the direction they wanted to take with it is, which is also indicative as well as, this is what people don't want to talk about, the mindset of the other larger people at play that were trying to make the film. They wanted to make a film that was Snow White that wasn't actually Snow White.
Yeah. So, like, basically...
Weird, yeah.
Yeah. The kinds of things that she was saying was, we want to make Snow White as not Snow White as possible, because Snow White is basically a really disgusting, outdated fairy tale that deserves to be left in the dust. And we can do much better because women don't need to be saved by men or whatever.
Yeah, and, like, here's the thing. Everything before you said because, I feel like, is an okay thing to... Because, all right, I've probably said this a couple times. My favorite movie of all time is The Prestige, and it's a movie that deviates fairly decently from the book that it's based on. It takes one of the main two protagonists and turns one of them into the main villain of the story. So, like, it does a lot, and I would argue that it's arguably a lot better than the book. Well, maybe not a lot, but it's noticeably better. The difference between, like, making something different out of, like, passion, because here's the thing, when you hear, like, some of the interviews about Christopher Nolan prior, about, like, making The Prestige, is that he has absolutely no interest in magic or, like, street magic and that kind of stuff, but he was absolutely fascinated by the book, The Prestige. And that's the thing, is that, like, I'm one of those kinds of people who's like, if you want to make an adaptation that's different from the source material, that's fine, but you gotta understand what was, like, good about it, or, like, what was beloved about it to begin with. If you're making it out of spite, you are asking for...
Yeah.
No, this is something I actually kind of want to ask with how Rachel Zegler worked through. Do, like, actors not have media training anymore or something?
Well, I know she's a pretty young actress, so it could just possible that, like, she wasn't properly coached at that point. But then there's also other things that go even beyond her, because her attitude towards it, she started shit politically with the
she sent something out
because Gal Gadot, for those who don't know, is Israeli, and she was in the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. And, you know, all the bullshit is happening over in Gaza and that stuff. Not taking any sides on it, but as probably expected of someone who very much loves their country, Gal Gadot came out on the side of Israel. And then vice versa, Zegler came out on the side of Palestine. And they got in a very public spat over it. Mostly because Zegler started to attack Gadot publicly. And it's like, that is not something you want to do to a co-host, no matter what your disagreements are. Same problem. Co-star. That's what I meant. My brain, my mouth is talking faster than my brain. But basically it's like she started doing a lot of dumb shit, and I'm also I don't think Gal Gadot should have come out that way either. I don't think you should ever say that shit at all. Like, you're an actor. No one gives a shit. But like, at the end of the day, like, that was all like on them. And then you get extra stuff like what happened with the Seven Dwarves that just did not add anything to the conversation.
Yeah, that was kind of offensive. Also, Cameron Bailey says the prince needs consent to kiss her, which I kind of see. Not gonna lie, she's dead. How can he get consent from a dead woman?
I guess.
He's just going like, "Oh, can I kiss you? I didn't hear a no."
No. What I was gonna go for was remember Princess Bride, where he has to like stick in like the air thing and then push out like, "Hey, what's worth living for? True love." You gotta do the contraption on Snow White, like, "Hey, do we have consent?" Push down on the chest. Yes.
He's only mostly dead. Big difference.
Mostly.
Please open his mouth. For the kiss, of course.
We're gonna finish that. We'll get to the unicorn book again.
We'll
Don't
get
worry.
it.
Yeah, we'll get there
We got a
eventually.
closure. I know nothing somehow.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Literally, the prince kissed her as a final gesture of affection for a woman he thought was dead. Yes,
Exactly.
It's
Yeah.
almost as you know that thing that people do like in movies and in real life where they gently kiss someone. Like they could have had him kiss her on the forehead and it would have still worked. Right?
Yeah.
I hugged my dog moments before it passed away.
Yes.
She passed away. Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's a thing.
Yeah, it is a thing. It is just because a lot of American brain rot tells us that kisses are exclusively romantic and sexual doesn't mean that the rest of the world or even a lot of America even actually thinks that in real life, despite media saying that.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's mostly just like media, like around the country. It's very diverse.
Yeah, but a lot of people think that media is a direct reflection of real life, and that's the problem.
Yeah, Moopa, did you ask consent from your dying cat to give that one last kiss on the cheek before packing him away? And you didn't, did you? I bet you didn't. You filthy cat. Okay, I'm not going to finish that sentence. It's actually, I don't want to be too disrespectful.
It's a cat. How does it give consent?
Oh no! You need to think of it from like a drastic left wing ideological. Cats can give consent now. We animals.
Oh, no.
As long as they have expressions on their faces, they can give consent now.
You know what? I just remembered I almost have to go and consider it for a little bit longer.
Okay, let's continue this video and be angry about other things.
I was drinking. Holy shit!
Well, that's
Moopa,
good.
I
This is
love
part of
you
the
being a good
torment.
sport about the joke.
Oh my god.
Cameron Bailey, I'm dead. Okay, well, don't worry. We'll ask consent before we kiss you. All right, let's go.
Young talent, specifically young women. And I ended up only leaving a fraction of that in the review because the review should be mostly about the movie. But I didn't think that there was no value in calling that shit out, so I chopped out most of that and said, okay, I'll put it in a big picture episode. This is that, because I shot it, didn't want to throw it out completely when it could be its own thing. Here on this show, and especially on this channel, if it's monetizable, I'm going to use it. I don't just believe in the sunk cost fallacy, I believe in the sink it to the bottom of the ocean, maybe it can be a reef fallacy. And so, yeah, that's what we're going to do.
mean, maybe
What the fuck was that analogy?
Maybe it might have been a bit generous saying that he might have.
Is that a new variation of the beating the dead horse?
Maybe.
I guess.
Apparently.
Possibly.
Oh.
Here, this is the leftover footage from the review as an episode, basically. If you are unfamiliar with the lead up to all of this, I also brought it up almost a year ago in one of the pilots for This Movie Exists, which was about an animated, unofficial Snow White sequel called Happily Ever After. Speaking of sunk costs, never miss a chance to promote one of the other shows, so here's a clip from that, about that.
Oh my god.
So,
All right.
did you hear about the woke Snow White?
Oh no.
Oh,
No, not the one still coming out where right-wing morons from YouTube, but I repeat myself, noticed that gossip trades didn't like an actress, so they tried to jump on a bandwagon for media legitimacy and invented a whole imaginary movie to be mad about because stupid people don't know how pre-production works and got...
Okay. So, let us get something very interesting about this. Remember when they cast all the actors for the Aladdin film? And all of the actors were, Middle Eastern, Arabic, a nice mixture of ethnicities from that region of the world, except for Will Smith. And even though he's a genie, he's kind of out of time. And I guess, African, American, you could... Anyway, no one complained. No one complained. When you cast someone of a darker skin tone in a role called Snow White, where the opening lines were about the pale white color of her skin, I think it's not unreasonable for people to have a bit of an issue with that. But on top of that, that's not the biggest issue that film had. You're saying it like that's the only thing people complained about. No, that's like actually the smallest issue people complained about. You're just saying it off, like we can set it off to the side and we've still got a dozen other issues to talk about here.
I was going to say the lead up, and this is just me barely hearing things in the grapevine. Most people were talking about like the picture of the 7 dwarves that turns out to be the 7 bandits. By the way, 7 dwarves, 7 bandits, they're both still in the movie. The 7 dwarves,
They're all CG, aren't they?
They're all CG. They're horrifying, and I can say this with near 100% certainty. I have to think about it. You can kind of cut all the dwarves out of the movie, and nothing really changes.
What?
They're superficial, yeah.
That's sad.
They don't take down the witch. They don't. They show up to the final battle to watch Snow White do stuff, but
oh.
Yeah, whistle while you work is a original song that came back, and then one other. There is no one song. Like a good chunk of the movie is original stuff.
Yeah, I always found that kind of fascinating because, like a lot of it is original content, but it is just also them cutting out a lot of content from the original fairy tale because fairy tales are repetitive. And Snow White had to deal with 3 separate things, not just the apple that she died from, including a hair comb and a ribbon or a bodice lace, depending on the version of the story that you were talking about. And each time the dwarves saved her by taking the comb out of her hair or undoing the laces in order to make her breathe again. But because they didn't know what she died from when it came to the poison apple, they didn't know how to help her that time. And that's why she had permanently died.
Yeah, it's a case of the like when the evil queen originally makes the like poison, she double checks what's the antidote, true love's kiss. Well, she gleefully screams, well, she'll be buried alive because technically she'll be put into this deathless sleep, yada yada, what have you. And she didn't understand that the dwarves, the master craftsmen, would make a glass coffin for Snow White.
I heard the movie changed it so she got the name because she survived a snowstorm.
Yes, that's correct.
What?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Wow. Why?
That's just... I mean, like, it's not like it's literally the defining opening words of the fairy tale or anything. You know.
Also, by the way, yes, the dwarves are horrifying.
Okay, what's more horrifying, the dwarves in that or the dwarves in Artemis Fowl?
The dwarves in this.
Jesus Christ.
They're nightmare fuel.
It's been a long time since I saw your Unbridled Rage, and that's my only experience with that movie. Where the dwarves was one of the dwarves like that guy who opens up his mouth and goes.
Yes, I mean actually the irony there is that is book accurate.
Oh yeah,
it is supposed to be disturbing.
I remember seeing a version that was animated a while ago of Snow White, but it was made by, I think, a black person for black people. But because they changed the name from Snow White to Coal Black to represent the fact that she is a black woman, that was suddenly racist.
Hey, yo.
There's no winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Annoying.
So worked up that Ben Shapiro's fake movie company is apparently going to burn a bunch of money making Snow White for Republicans, and meanwhile...
Did that actually release?
No, that never has, and in fact, it's called into question because Brett Cooper has left the Daily Wire.
Ah.
So no one actually knows what's happening with that film.
I remember that was a thing tangentially, and I'm just like, okay, I kind of want to... Is it
I
weird
would be
that they're
curious
just
to see what it would have been like, but I
same.
don't think it's ever coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Titania, that's stupid.
When Disney finally showed a teaser shot for the actual movie, it just looked like a normal, boring-ass live-action Disney remake, so they all look even more insane than usual.
No.
That looks horrifying.
That is horrifying.
That looks like AI-generated, borderline.
I remember the internet when this photo came on. Everyone was making the couch meme.
Oh, fuck!
Oh my god, yeah.
I forgot about that.
By the way, speaking of like the dwarves, what was the whole thing about Peter Dinklage again? Was he
Peter Dinklage? Because like that picture that showed off that everyone thought was the dwarves was actually the bandits.
Yeah, correct.
Was Peter Dinklage in the movie, or was he just someone who like?
No, he was just someone commenting on it.
He made comments that he doesn't like dwarves, as in like the actual people being used as dwarves in like fantasy, I believe.
Which is weird to me because dwarves are fucking like, I'm trying to think of any time where dwarves are treated as anything other than awesome.
Yeah.
They're
craftsmen. They're fucking badass. They grow like the sickest beards.
I was gonna say the worst you can say is that like they're a little goofy, but like there's nothing wrong with being a goofy little guy who's also kind of badass.
Well, like even some of the goofy. Sorry, go ahead. No. You go ahead.
I was gonna say, I for one love Lord of the Rings elf on dwarf racism, as it's in the funny back and forth to the point where two of the characters have a entire character arc over 3 movies, and people can cite, why not side by side with a friend? I could do that. Is one of the better moments in that movie of a movie full of good moments.
Well, even and I mean, going back to like the whole, there are silly things about dwarves, but like from a certain perspective, some of the silly things in certain media is actually like also simultaneously cool. I was gonna cite the dwarves from Warhammer, how they keep a gigantic tome of like grudges that they hold with other people. Yeah, it's so fucking silly, but like that's actually really cool. The fact that like a dwarf never forgets, that kind of thing.
And yes, they did make a version of Cinderella called Sneakerella, and everyone hated it. So yes.
Oh god, don't remind me that exists.
Because like she's not called Glass Slipperella, for the record. Just want to put that out there.
Which is saying something. No, I mean the actual woke Snow White, where they reverse the genders of the villain, flip the plot around so Snow White has to save the prince, and even replace the dwarves with lady dwarves who've got environmental powers. Should have been a link to that on the screen there. If not, there'll be a link in the description. Check that episode out. Check that show out. It's good stuff.
That had nothing to do with being woke.
Yeah.
I want to say, as someone who very much enjoyed that film, it had nothing to do with being woke. Do you know why? Because they didn't make a fucking big deal about the things in the film. They didn't try to prop up the film as some feminist masterpiece because the majority of the characters were all women. They didn't try to make it into some sort of moral grandstanding because the villain of the story was a man and that Snow White had to go save the prince.
Don't fucking remind me there was also the modern race-swapped Robin Hood that took place in a ghetto. God, that was awful. I've only seen reactions to that, but it's so hilariously bad.
Yeah, I heard about that. Robin into Hood.
But it's quite literally, like, it's... Oh, God, it's worse than a CW show. It might be a CW show.
I thought it was a CW show.
It might have been, but like, it was worse than, like, Arrow. Late game Arrow.
I think what's her name? Jay Longbone was going through
Jay
it.
Longbone was going through it, yeah.
Yeah, and she covers like certain CW shows, doesn't she? I think she's
she also covered
Batwoman.
Gotham Knights, I want to say.
Yeah, and Batwoman, I'm pretty sure. So
Yeah,
I mean,
Batwoman.
it wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was a CW.
According
show.
to Cameron, it was a CW show.
Okay,
gotcha.
But I was gonna say, like, a lot of the issue people have with woke culture is when it's in your face. Like, the idea, a lot of things become woke when it's not just something that is there for the sake of the story. Like, a good example, you can have trans characters as part of the story, but then you get an example like Dragon Age Veilguard, where they make this massive deal out of it constantly, over and over again. And they have a character like Tosh, who I've seen just so much awful shit of. It's just a really bad character, and she judges everyone else, but then expects respect in kind. And it's like, and it seems like the story is taking it at face value. It's not like a lesson of someone who is disrespectful and then is hypocritical, and they learn a lesson from that. No, they never learn. They're treated as if they're in the right for being judgmental, but then also expecting respect in reverse. And you have no choice but to respect them. You're given no agency into how to treat the other people around you. It's like you are forced into it. That's bad writing, not wokeness. Hot tip, wokeness is bad writing. Because if it was good writing, no one would complain about it. Like, that's typically how I've seen it. If it's good writing, typically it goes by the wayside. That's how that works, typically. How many times can I say typically? A lot. BG3 had gay, but made sure it wasn't in her face. Exactly. I have never heard someone complain about Baldur's Gate 3 being woke.
You can fuck a bear in Baldur's
Well, no,
Gate.
I have, but like,
Synthetic Man, I wouldn't be
minimalist.
surprised.
Like, that's typically where you actually cut out the wheat from the chaff. People that complain about it being woke versus anyone that complains about like it being overwhelmingly like in your face.
You could call a lot of things "quote unquote" woke in Baldur's Gate 3, but every time I think of Baldur's Gate 3, I just remember Astarion's voice actor belting out, "Why did you activate the thing? I was right."
It's like, next time? Oh no! There will be no next time.
I thought the mind pigment made you immune to the sunlight. Well, apparently there's a limit.
Apparently, there's a limit.
Somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full concentrated power of the sun.
I love that, dude.
Any idea what to hurt?
Anyone remember Dragon Age No one remembers Dragon Age Veilguard. In fact, I don't even remember what it was talking about. But no, it's just... And then you also get into the situations where there's a lot of shows and movies and games that try to bolster themselves on their diversity inclusion. Oh, we're the first show to have this, or we're the first show to do this, or we're paying a lot of respect to this. When typically what you end up getting is a very regressive view of what actually is progressive. Like, instead of making a good female character, they will just turn a male character into a woman and call it a day without doing any of the heavy lifting. Or they will just give no repercussions for a character's actions and say they're an upstanding character. You get a lot of this in CW shows especially. You have a lot of characters that are diverse that suffer no consequences for doing bad things. And it's a very deep subject, but like it's just a lot of bad stuff that comes from the mentality of like it's coddling effectively. It's like, we need to make you a special snowflake in order to raise you up, when really all you need to do is treat everyone like everyone else. And there's that's why I say in some ways it is sexism, because a lot of this comes from the idea that because women can't do things, but we want to make it so that they can, we have to destroy the plot in some way or mangle it in some way in order to contrive the woman to be able to do this, or to have some sort of really stupid message about them being able to follow their dreams, even though that women have been able to follow their dreams for the past like 50 years. Tatiana, you need to understand that woke culture specifically targets like white and men, like in different measures, but like it typically seen the white male, because of, I guess, majority or whatever population statistics, they're seen as the oppressor more often than not and must be teared down. It's typically actually a sign of woke writing that automatically, if you see a white guy on screen and they're the villain, it's not the most like, you know, consistent rule, but it is there.
I was
Tatiana,
gonna say
go ahead. Okay. Tatiana's basically just doing the same argument of like, well, why not just call it bad writing for a character? Why do you have to call it Mary Sue? It's because not
specific
all
type.
bad writing. Yeah, it's a specific type. Not all bad writing is Mary Sue's, but all Mary Sue's is bad writing. It's the same thing.
You're not allowed to categorize types of bad writing. Why don't you know that now?
I see.
Yeah.
No, but like what I was saying is the you were making me think of kind of like the reverse. That one episode of Batwoman where she catches the villain, who I think was like some kind of like cyber terrorist.
Yes, the cyber hacker. She catches her and then lets her go because she's gay.
Yeah, she finds out that she's gay and that like her parents don't like her because she's gay. Lets her go.
Okay, so just get back. To give great context, this cyber hacker tried to run a train off its tracks with herself on board and also dozens of innocent passengers to try and derail it, to put herself in danger, thinking that it would somehow make her parents care about her. And so when Batwoman finally catches up to this girl and corners her, she's like, I'm gay, my parents don't like it, so I did these things in order to kind of lash out and make them care about me. And Batwoman's like, yeah, no big deal, I'm gonna let you go now. It's like, it's like, I'm sorry, no. She almost ran a train off the fucking tracks. Hundreds of people were in danger there. On the train alone, not including the people that were off the train that could have been harmed. It's like, no, send her to fucking prison. She is dangerous.
Oh god.
It's like that's the example of bad writing that is woke, if that makes any sense.
Also, one thing that is, there's a lot of things that you can consider woke, but a lot of people are universusly loved. There's a lot of woke things in, say, Epic the Musical. By the way, that shit slaps. There's a lot of. I'll do one better for the like quote unquote hyper masculine gamer. There's a lot of woke shit in God of War Ragnarok. That shit's fantastic.
Yes. Also, Deaderex dropped a new art of the cat, and it is amazing.
Oh my god!
Isn't there someone that you should be?
He also made a good comparison. You have cancer. Why don't you just say that you're sick? Why do you have to,
I mean,
That's fair.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
I think that puts a nice tip on it. Let's continue into Bob here.
Aww.
Is the angry bonus footage from the Snow White review. Please enjoy. For context, there is still some pieces of the original review in here as well, so that it flows and makes sense, but mostly bonus footage. Enjoy. Or don't enjoy and be mad at me, but
You've been qualifying this for
so
5 minutes!
A fucking year of the internet losing its goddamn mind about a Snow White movie. And whether or not they were gonna like it be too different from the original Snow White movie. Oh my god, are there gonna be dwarves in the movie? Are they gonna change the movie? Is the Snow White not white enough? Guys, what the fuck is wrong with you? Seriously. That's some fucked up shit to be mad about. Like, I'll like, write a leeway.
If someone called your podcast or Avatar Last Airbender woke, what would you say? It's like...
who the fuck cares?
Yeah, it's good.
Literally, who cares? If somebody thinks that our podcast is woke, despite the fact that we have gone after like both left and right leaning people, then I would think that they're dumb.
Yeah.
Or they're just really angry like you are, Titania. Again, I will ask you one more time, chill the fuck out.
Yeah, I think we're good on that point. Anyway, what were you pausing for? Who paused it for this?
I paused it because I heard someone start to make a comment, so I figured I'd just get in front of it.
Okay.
For people to be mad about shit a lot, but goddamn, looking at screenshots of like actors and say, are these the dwarves? Those don't look like dwarves. Did they take out dwarves because Peter Dinklage said some shit? Where the hell did that come from?
It was officially reported. Yeah. It was officially reported upon, my dude. This is stuff that we know.
When did this video come out? When was this posted? Like
literally a few days ago.
Oh, okay.
Or recently.
Yeah,
oh my god!
This is just his review for the film.
Just because you stick your fingers in your ears and you close your eyes doesn't mean that people haven't actually reported on this in a journalistic fashion. There were many people who reported on Peter Dinklage and what he said and how that affected the film in a negative way, and how a lot of other dwarves had said that they dislike him now because of that, because that hurt the rest of the dwarf community.
Yeah. He pulled up the fucking rope ladder.
Live action remake of Snow White turns out to be probably the most faithful in terms of just being the original movie.
No.
I have not even watched the movie, and I'm mashing that X to doubt.
I was gonna say,
Again.
Twy, you actually think that Beauty and the Beast is pretty faithful?
Yeah. Sorry. The main thing that is different from the original Beauty and the Beast and the live action film is very small, minute things that actually don't really contribute anything positively or negatively to the story. They are neutral aspects to the story that just make it unique to the live action version. The literally only thing that I say is a detriment to the live action film is that they do not make Gaston intimidating enough. He is not a threat in the film, and that is a detriment to the story, because if he is not a threat, then why is he the villain? How is he threatening to Belle and the Beast and their relationship together?
Yeah, because he was the insert for society effectively.
Yeah.
Society TM.
So you're
with
saying
a couple different
Actually, no, that joke fell apart. I didn't know where he was going with that.
differences and add some new songs and some other characters so that the
Oh wait. He's talking about the Snow White movie being super faithful to the original and really good. Again, the dwarves. I might be wrong with this, but I will honestly take a statement of, again, you don't need the dwarves in this movie. They are redundant.
I wonder if they tried to cut out the dwarves entirely in one rendition of the script after the controversy. And that was maybe they added it back in after the was we have to have. I don't know.
I think that they actually did do that. I think that it was reported on that they had tried that. And I think that was after Peter Dinklage had made his statements. That was one of the first things that they tried.
I know that this movie has been in development hell for 4 years. So
that was something I thought was the reason. I didn't want to bring it up in case that was just completely wrong. But yeah, I didn't. That was kind of why I was confused about whether or not Peter Dinklage was actually in the movie or not, because I didn't know if there was at one point in time when they had casted dwarf actors and then. Or had considered it and then just didn't after Peter made his comments. I'd have to read up on it.
second act is a little bit longer, and so Snow White can fight her own bad guy and be the main character of her own movie. That's pretty.
By the way, she beats the evil queen by remembering the names of the guards, and then the guards, hearing that Snow White remembers their names, instantly turns on the evil queen.
Really?
Yes. No, that's
So,
how it works.
okay, all right, wait. I'm sorry.
What?
I need to get this clear.
Yeah.
She remembers her names, so they turn. So technically speaking, a man still saves the day for her, but it's someone she doesn't even have really deep emotional ties with, like the fucking dwarves.
No, Raymond, don't be sexist. They could be female guards.
Oh, that's true.
I didn't notice any, but
Well, no, we didn't ask how they identify.
oh, true, that is true. But the way that the evil queen is defeated is that she tries to stab Snow White with a dagger. The dagger gets shot by one of the bandits, specifically the one actual dwarf bandit, real life dwarf bandit. He shoots the arrow out, the dagger out of her hand. The evil queen runs away, grabs her staff, asks who's the fairest of them all to the mirror. By the way, she does that 10 times in the movie. It gets really redundant. And after that, the mirror was like, yeah, JK lol. I actually meant inner beauty, not actual outer beauty. And then the evil queen has a quick rage, smashes the mirror, then she turns to the charcoal and gets sucked into the mirror and dies.
Huh.
Okay, sure.
Okay, that's a thing.
All right. I
Pretty
guess
much
that
it.
is.
Version of one of these live-action remakes. A year later, after all the whining, that's what this comes out as.
It's been going
The
on
movie
for
itself
more
is
than
fine,
you.
by the way. It's just fine. It's just, okay, yeah, this is a perfectly acceptable thing to watch for about 90 minutes. Okay.
It isn't, because it's really fucking boring. Like I enjoy bad movies. Actually, there's a joy to bad movies. This was just really boring, and it's why I like Rachel Zegler and Gal Gadot in the movie, because one is a theater actor kid that I can just like smirk at the acting prowess of, and Gal Gadot is a really bad actress in this, and she chews the scenery, so it's kind of fun.
I need you to give me. I need you to give me the stone.
My friend, this movie has so many takes that are like that.
Oh my god, that sounds amazing.
There will be glorious YouTube compilations. Trust
Would you
me.
say? Would you say that there are enough takes to fill denial?
Yeah. No, trust me, man. Like, they are of similar quality to the Kalel. No.
That's great. With that pun, I'm actually gonna have to dip.
All right. I
Oh,
gotta-
yeah.
I have to rearrange the ship then.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well,
Yeah.
you can do that while I'm plugging my channel. I'm Periodic Pete. Go follow my channel. I'm working on something right now that is tangentially related to Arcane, other stuff that I'm about. I'm also currently going through Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Streams are on Saturday afternoons, Eastern Standard Time, or sorry, Saturday evenings. And at some point, I will probably get back to Kingdom Hearts, starting with 5-8 days. 358 over 2 days. Yeah, that's what I'm up to. Also, because we were talking about fairy tales earlier, and I couldn't find like a place to put this, and I kind of just want to now. Watch how Liza P twists Pinocchio's origins. It's a very interesting video that talks about how Liza P adapts the original story of. Yeah, it's really like
Fully
I'm sure
recommend.
people don't. It's got like 600,000 views, so like you probably don't need me to. But like if anyone's fairy tales, go check that shit out. It's really
Liza
cool.
Peak. Liza Peak. Yeah.
That game
Yeah.
is amazing.
Also, Pete, if you want me to, I can send you some of my fairy tale books that I've gotten over the years.
Absolutely. I would
Yeah.
like to add my reading list is pretty dry compared to my movie list, and I feel like I need a little for that. Yeah, just hit me up whenever. All right, thanks. Thank you guys so much for having me on. You guys have an excellent night and stay platinum.
All right, see you, man.
Have a good one.
I just gotta fix where everything is because
Do you have anything to say on what we've been talking about? Since I know that we kind of talked a lot, James. So
I don't know if I actually had something to say. I would try to find somewhere where I could say it, but ultimately, I really didn't have much to comment on.
that's fair. I get worried whenever we have a whole lot of guests on that we might talk over somebody and that they don't get anything. They don't get time or room to say anything.
No, that's all good.
Just fixing up the book, making sure the book has a nice little place to sit. There we go. Make it a little bit smaller. There it is. All right.
Now James is alone on the couch. The couch is all his. He owns it now.
So much leg room.
Okay, so you're on one end of the couch, the three of us on the other. James, now that we have you here alone.
We can talk about this.
All right. Back to Bob.
Okay, fine.
What a sentence.
I didn't like look at my phone or my watch, so I don't know if it's exactly 90 minutes long, but it feels like it's about exactly 90 minutes long, and it's fine. So that's how it breaks down. This is just about as close to okay, I'm watching the cartoon, but instead it's with real people, and Act 2 has like an extra scene because
No. Sorry. Back.
You cannot say that when there are as drastic changes to the film.
The bandits weren't in the original at all. I don't remember the bandits in the original Snow White.
Also, the Prince Charming is not a prince. He's the leader of the bandits.
What?
Yeah, there is no prince. There is no Prince Charming. His name's like Josh or something. I can't remember his name. I don't know his
generic name.
I didn't fucking bother remembering his name.
Bandit Charming. Great. Wonderful. I'm glad that, literally the progenitor of the name Prince Charming doesn't exist in the story he comes from.
Nah, fuck him.
Actually, his I think a lot of plays and stuff, his name was Florian, and Charming was the name of the prince. Yeah, Florian.
That actually sounds like a really cool name.
That's
sorry.
a pretty name. I actually like that.
Right?
Yeah, and Charming was the name of the prince from Cinderella.
Oh, okay. But it's why I said one song isn't there, because it's the song that Prince Charming sings to Snow White when he first meets him. Like, one song, glory, one song to win your heart.
Prince Jeff.
Yeah.
Prince Jeff, yes.
John Charming.
John
Halo.
Charming, yes. John Halo, John Charming.
Bunch of good guys to hang out with at one point. So basically, wicked shocker, the internet was wrong.
About
But
what?
But were they really?
What was the dramatic music over that really bad fire effect? Like,
Because the internet was wrong.
The internet was wrong. Yeah, he's like, oh, and then big surprise. Bob Doom. Never put Bob and Doom together, all right? Doom does not deserve to have Bob. Doom would squash
Doom does his
Bob.
research.
Okay, so I'll jump back in right here with just voiceover to say, before anybody bitches about it, yes, everyone knows that there were also reshoots on this movie. Nobody actually knows what was reshot. Maybe there was a point at which there were not.
Could you tell when you watched it? I know nothing. Could you tell if there were reshoots?
oh fuck yeah. Like the thing with her talking to the dwarves and her going to the bandits were just like, oh yeah, I need to go find my father now, bye. And then like 2 minutes later she finds the bandits.
Oh wow.
It is
Holy
like
shit.
hard cut. It is hard cut.
That's hilarious. There was another film. Oh, it was the Captain America film that just came out that was apparently hilariously recut, including adding like Giancarlo Esposito. Giancarlo Esposito as the leader of the Serpent Society. They just added him into the story apparently, and every scene you can tell they just stitched him in.
That's because they had Sidewinder in before, fully cast with a different actor. They cut his scenes out of the movie. They realized, oh shit, we actually need the Serpent Society. So that's when they brought in Giancarlo Esposito.
It's fucking hell. Yeah. It's a bizarre.
It is a test case. Honestly, I want to see people super dissect the history of that movie when we eventually get the full details.
Not dwarves in this movie. Seems plausible. Maybe not. Maybe they were different types of dwarves on this movie. Nobody actually knows what was reshot. Maybe there was a point at which there were not dwarves in this movie. Seems plausible. Maybe not.
Why does it seem plausible? Why? I need you, Bob. I need you to answer me. Why does it seem plausible that there may have not been dwarves at some point in this film? That should be an alarm bell to you.
I was like, by all rights, the dwarves were added in at the last minute.
Is it because they are so inconsequential to the story, Bob, that you could believe that they were just inserted at the last moment, or that there was a draft?
I can see it.
Wait a minute. Do you think that originally the version of the story we were going to get was no dwarves? It was only going to be the bandits that she fled to.
That's my guess, honestly. With how quickly she, the way that it's somewhat similar to the scene in the original. Where she like goes through the dark, scary forest. My brother made a joke of like she was getting through Fangorn Forest, and then I smirked at that. But after that,
oh my god, they ripped off Ever After.
Yeah.
Oh. Well.
Wow.
That's hilarious. Do you think Bob is confused?
But
I gotta wonder.
She goes to the dwarf's cottage, does whistle-while-you work happens, yada yada. She gets given sanctuary by the sanctuary. Oh shish.
Sanctuary
by the dwarves, and then she has the whole recast of like you can wash the dishes, you clean up the cobwebs, but instead of talking to the animals as like cleaning up the house as like thanks for like letting me stay here, she basically makes the dwarves clean up their entire house while she sings a song.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the big things people complain about is like, so the big thing about this story, one of the big elements of Snow White, which is she, in return for safety and shelter, decides I'm going to take care of these 7 dwarves that are they're basically providing me food, shelter, and safety. I'm gonna take care of them. I'm basically going to be a very motherly figure. It is a story about a young woman learning how to be a mother effectively.
Well, like she literally says in that scene, oh, I think that there are a bunch of children that live here. Well, maybe, and it doesn't seem like they're being well looked after. So if I take care of things for them, and if I clean up their house for them, perhaps they'll be kind enough to let me stay.
Yeah, okay, I did not remember that because it's been so long since I've seen the original. But yeah, like
Same.
it's a heart of the story. The beating heart is like she develops a bond with the dwarves based on her kindness in like this reciprocal action. It's like, I will be kind to you and hopefully they'll be kind to me. They return and they're ultimately kind to her. And it's based on this kindness, they grow close and they end up saving her life multiple times. It's like, that's the point of the story, and it's gone apparently.
Yeah, she hands I think either Doc or Dopey the broom and says, "You can use the broom."
Jesus
Wow.
Christ.
What? Like the oh my god.
It's because
like, this
Bob is so superficial. It superficially reminds
Similar.
him of the original. That like he's like, oh no, this is absolutely the same, not realizing that the very second level details, like, you just go one step deeper and it's like, oh yeah, no, this is absolutely not the same.
I just can't believe that you can look at a character who is like, I'm too lazy because I am a woman and doing chores is considered women's work, which is demeaning to me. So I'm just going to make you guys clean your own house, even though that I am living here not of your consent, but I'm going to make you do all the chores that I should be doing as thanks for your kindness. Like that sounds like a very conceited and very well, I guess like if they made her like a snooty princess, like she I guess might be, then sure, but that still isn't a very good person.
What I heard is that she's paradoxically 2 different characters. Like when she's in some scenes, she's the sweetest girl you know. In other scenes, she's a complete girl boss, and it's no consistency between the 2. Is that accurate, IKN?
No, that's accurate.
Okay. I'm the freeloader here. I will not be doing the chores.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe they were different types of dwarves. Who knows? And the who knows part of that is really the point. Because I promise you, 90% of YouTube gossipers and...
What is this image?
Is it like an SNL sketch? Is that what this is supposed to be?
I think it is, yeah.
Scoopers, people who repost concept art on social media and do breaking news. We saw someone's face encircled in red in the background of this set photo. Nobody who does that actually knows shit. That's not how leaks really happen.
Except all the leaks were fucking spot on.
Yeah.
You just don't think they were a big deal, but to everyone else they were. So, Bob, you're being an idiot.
You're a fool, Bubbercuns.
Because actual leaks generally don't happen. The real stuff, the real, doesn't get out. Because movie background gossip shit isn't the fucking Zapruder film. Big movie gossip about casting or changing the plots of nerd cinema stuff is not government secrets. You're not breaking news. You're just spoiling people on movie plots.
No, they're reporting they're reporting accurately on whether or not a film is being properly advertised. Like, yeah. It's quality control, effectively.
Bob, there is a difference between a movie that is a remake of another movie coming out, and people talking about the plot of that movie, we already know what the plot is. It's not a surprise to us compared to a movie that is completely original and that we don't know anything about, and somebody's spoiling the plot of that to us.
It's almost as if we want, like, accurate representation of beloved characters like Snow White, and then when we learn, oh yeah, she's going to be a complete girl boss in this film, and we go, what? It's almost as if we're invested in that.
Yeah.
I was half expecting to hear "This is my fight song, take back my life." I was expecting to hear that song start playing, honestly.
I hear that enough at work.
Cut!
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Get the fuck over yourself. Kevin Feige does not, in fact, actually own a sniper rifle, you goon. I know that the internet...
What the fuck?
I'm sorry, are we going into conspiracy theories now? What?
I wouldn't be surprised if he equates them, but what the fuck? Is there a whole... Also, hold the fuck on. I'm sorry, there's several levels to this. One, Kevin Feige doesn't own a sniper rifle. I don't know, maybe he doesn't advertise it, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone who's rich owns a gun. Like a sniper rifle is literally just a 22 with a sniper scope for all I care. That's...
My grandma is a 5-0 85-year-old woman who, whenever she wants, could walk into her closet door and pick up a 30-06 rifle and shoot a deer from the kitchen window.
Oh, it's a joke about Feige having his sights set on anyone that leaks the movies.
Oh,
he's done a bang-up job on that for the last 5 or so.
I for one like to imagine Kevin Feige with a sniper rifle, because I can imagine my grandma with a rifle, and that's actually kind of cool.
I like to imagine Kevin Feige with a sniper rifle, but his sniper rifle scope also has a little hat on it.
Ooh.
I was about to say, well, he's an American. I would assume that he would have a gun because every single American apparently has guns because Americans have gun fetishes.
Hey, stereotypes.
No, I literally am friends with somebody who does have a gun fetish. Actually likes content. Yes.
Do they? I was gonna say, do they play Girls Frontline?
For the record, that's the game that turns a bunch of guns into anime girls.
But there was content that they showed me of foreplay involving a gun.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, I'm always reminded.
Sorry.
I've always fascinated by those people because I remember the Darwin Award, and it's one of the few Darwin Awards that was awarded while the person still survived.
Yeah.
Because the only qualification for a Darwin Award is removing yourself from the gene pool.
Yeah.
Oh.
And doing it in an amazing fashion.
Yeah. From what I remember of what was what we had discussed about that was there was a second gun. This person was blindfolded, and they shot the other gun in order to finish with the foreplay.
Dedarex, don't worry about that. All you need to worry about is drawing Kevin Feige with a sniper rifle, and the sniper scope has a little Kevin Feige hat on it. That's all you need to worry about, okay?
The artist's most dangerous words. I zoned out for a second. What can I do now?
Thinks.
Wait.
Plots. Get the fuck over yourself. Kevin Feige does not, in fact, actually own a sniper rifle, you goon. I know that the internet thinks that it's publishing the Pentagon Papers every time it sees a screenshot, because everybody
you want to have another take of that, buddy?
Sonic the Hedgehog having the wrong teeth.
He went full William Shatner there.
Also, I love how he's holding up one of the best examples of the internet, backing the fuck off Hollywood and saying, go back and do this again. And then everyone fucking loved it. And now it's a billion-dollar franchise.
Right now it's a beloved franchise.
We have Sonic 3 with Keanu fucking Reeves' Shadow, and it's one of the.
It's
one of the most fun I've had in a movie theater in a long time, actually.
Yeah, if they kept that original design, I guarantee you that movie, the first one, that's all we would have had. There would no be a second movie, third, nothing.
Yeah, and everybody would continue on with the idea that there is no such thing as a good video game movie.
Yep.
So go
And
Sonic.
A studio
Yeah.
went back and abused the shit out of some animators and made a hedgehog look different in what was
They
still
didn't
a bad
know.
No,
abuse
they didn't. That
the
was actually
animators.
that was one of
Whoa.
the biggest things about it. That was such a miracle. Was that not only did they go back to the drawing board and get a bunch of very passionate people on board, including a huge fan that helped actually fix the look. Like everyone that was at the development studio was on board with fixing the design. Like it's legendary, Bob. Shut the fuck up. It's such a goodwill story. Oh, I know. I know. You can't imagine a world where a bunch of people actually want to do good.
Yeah.
movie, so now everybody thinks that they're an unofficial
Oh,
co-exec.
didn't they delay the movie 6 months or something to let the crew Yes, that was one of the
Yes,
biggest
they
things
did.
they did. They
And it
gave
looked
them
amazing.
proper time, and it came out amazing, and they made the right call.
And it gave us one of the better memes of, how are you still alive? I have no idea.
Executive producer on everything, but no, fuck off, that's not how it really works. Almost every movie has some kind of reshoot to it. Especially big ones. We will very likely not know what was done or
Okay. I don't know what it is for this, but I do know for Captain America, which again, it's funny, these are approximately because they were both in development hell forever. The new Captain America reshot, I want to say, for something like 2-3 months. That's basically, they filmed 4 new movies effectively for that one film. And they probably did the same here. I bet from what here's like, it sounds like they did 3 different variations of this film. That's not a small amount of reshoots. That's not touch-ups. That's not pickups. Most reshoots are done under a month, sometimes under 3 weeks, or even under 2 weeks.
If you hear a good touch-up, a good sort of touch-up is something like bringing in actors for ADR lines. That's
Yes,
a big
that's
one, usually.
like the minimal. That's what a small amount would be. So it's like all movies have reshoots, but not all reshoots are created equal, my friend.
Yeah.
Ryan, movie Bob, all movies have reshoots. This is just the way the industry works. I'm not coping.
He is coping. He's coping hard.
or not done in between pickups or redesigns on this movie until after it has come and gone from theaters, whenever that is. And the point is not what was done or not done. The point is that nobody, from me to people with completely different take on this than me, than people who give even less of a shit than I do, to people who give way more of a shit, know a single goddamn thing more about it than one another, because they didn't make it. And
Okay, now, Bob, what we have are people reporting on things behind the scenes, and then when we watch the film and we look for the information that we were given and noticing, oh, there is a jump cut here where she says she's going to go hunt for her father and then immediately finds where he's being held.
Well, not where he's being held.
or
She finds the bandits.
Yeah, or immediately finding the bandits. Like, the minute we notice that, we can tell that something changed because it's so abrupt and not smooth. So it's almost as if we can put pieces together from what we have from the official and what we have from the unofficial. Like, people can think, Bob.
Yes, and to answer your question, Watchface, ADR, I believe it's after directorial recast or slash reread or something like that.
Automatic dialogue replacement.
Thank you. I am completely wrong, but it is it's effective. It's effectively bringing in actors whenever you don't see, say, an actor's face and they say a line to sort of like fix something in a movie, change something in a movie. That's an ADR line.
Yeah, it's basically
my
to fix
God.
little continuity errors.
I told you about the ADR thing in that old version of The Secret Garden. Remember the 1940s one that I was watching?
Oh yeah, what was it about in the ADR for that?
Because they censored the word that was used for the maids that he had in India. They changed it from the original Indian word to an English word, and you can tell that her mouth is not saying what you can hear.
The most famous bit of ADR currently for superhero movies is Madam Web, where half of the villain's lines are clear ADR. And his lips don't match half of what he's saying.
And they had the balls to remove the best line from the movie.
Yes, how dare they?
Wait, I'm trying to think of it verbatim just so I remember it.
She was in the Amazon.
She was in the Amazon rainforest researching spiders before she died.
And not a single thing that could have been updated or downgraded or whatever was worth the kinds of awful shit that was being thrown in the direction of the people who made this and the people who were trying to just act in a fucking movie.
She was trying to advertise it, and she fucking blew it up. And then everyone else heard everything behind the scenes. And now they're looking at one of the... It's bombing, isn't it?
Give me a second.
Horribly.
Office.
It's I'm not sure if it's the worst bomb they've had, but it's up there, I know.
So, would you like to have a guess of where its worldwide box office total is as of right now?
98
Someone
million.
said earlier 90 million.
Yeah, 92 million.
What was the budget on this?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 plus.
I would say more
Oh,
than 92 million.
fuck! So, accounting for double the budget for advertising, we'll be generous. Just say 100 million for advertising, even though I doubt that's anywhere near what they actually, anywhere below they... I doubt that is anywhere near what they actually spent. So 300 million, we're looking at a deficit of $200 million for this film. This had consequences, buddy. You cannot say that any of this bad publicity, the multiple gaffes, the multiple scandals, you cannot tell us they didn't have an effect on this film, that they didn't fucking matter, because they did.
Also, I would say even Movie Bob can't really deny that, because he just spent, like, there's still like 5 minutes left or 4.5 minutes left of his video, but he has spent the majority of his time complaining about the controversies of the movie instead of actually reviewing the movie itself. And the literal only thing that he had to say about the film was that it was okay.
Oh no! To be fair, he qualified here. This is actually cut out of his actual review. This is a segment that he pulled out. And he only left those moments in to make sense consistently throughout this.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah, so I trust me, I want to tear him apart here too. Double budget for advertising, and keeping in mind Disney. I lowballed the double for advertising. I lowballed it intentionally, and even that we're looking at $200 million deficit. That's huge.
Especially when everyone who claimed to care so much that they had to be so negative was nakedly, openly, only in it to posture and vice signal to drive their click-through rate up on this godforsaken YouTube hellscape.
Source on that?
What if someone
really genuinely loves the original story and didn't like that it was getting shit on?
I'm sorry, Twilight. You're just here for hate clicks.
Oh, I'm sorry, Piers Morgan. I guess he's hating on Piers Morgan now, too. I mean, I would think that the two would get along swimmingly, but I guess not.
So if it seems like I'm unnecessarily pissed off about a Disney movie, again, F Disney.
All right, bud.
I'm sorry.
Good for you, mate.
Me. I'm genuinely angry about this. Unlike those other people that made videos that weren't genuine and just wanted clickbait. Bob, you transparently said you had a rant and you wanted to make money off of it, and you couldn't fit it in your actual review.
Also, he couldn't even say the actual word with his whole chest. Yeah, F Disney. Bro, how old are you again?
Yeah, like...
Can you not scream?
Also, he said that in the most, like, I don't care voice possible.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, F Disney. Whoa, language, Bob.
Oh, man. Oh,
man, we might get a damn later.
Holy shit.
I'm pissed off about my own stupid business, because even YouTube should be better than this. And that is a
He had more
sorry
emotion
fucking
for
low-
YouTube than he did for Disney.
No,
Oh,
honestly,
dare
I
YouTube,
can
apparently.
understand that because YouTube actually affects his livelihood.
Oh,
Yeah.
makes sense.
bar to fail to clear. So, like, are people gonna say they were
Hello,
sorry?
tinnitus.
What was the transition there? I don't
just
know what
anyway,
these
Some-
snap together.
Some
was
sort
out.
of video game audio, but he makes it way too loud.
For dragging all of this nothing, not to the studio, motherfuck Disney, but like for making all the rest of us in the press and everyone in the audience actually have to think about and talk about this bullshit after all of
Yes, because we want people to think, Bob. It's okay for people to think about things, Bob.
No, how dare you, Raymond? You cannot say such things.
I just like, oh, they had to drag it out so people would think about it. And it's like, yes. And you know what people came away thinking? That this was going to be a bad film that was not going to accurately represent the beloved children's fairy tale that they had from their childhood. I'm sorry, Bob, that we have functioning cortex here, but apparently we're not as superior enough to you to turn off our brains and just accept the slop in our fucking food trowel.
I'm gonna be toxic for a second here and talk about
Oh,
his
please
looks.
go.
Because I'm amazed at how he is so round in the jaw and at the same time looks so gaunt. How do you manage that?
It's weird. It's like I don't know how to describe it. This man looks like he's been emaciated in a fucking pie factory. I don't know how that works. Oh God, Jack Horner had better proportions.
Wow.
That's saying a lot.
a year of not just like, anticipatory, is this going to be good or not? Because, okay, fine, whatever. I feel like people get way too over concerned about what are basically movies for babies. The degree.
Oh my fucking God.
Okay, so I am of the opinion anyone who uses it's a kids movie, don't critique it.
It's like you are not the target audience.
No, the whole thing is what I say to that is kids deserve good shit too.
No, I've always been kids material should be better because kids are much more impressionable. Kids are much more easy to mold and are much easier to please, and they should be given a higher level of quality so when they get to be adults, they know how to differentiate low quality from high quality.
Yep.
I was going to say, Moopa pointed out, it's a kids movie. Why are you praising it?
Yeah. And like I've made this kind of argument before, but that's usually under the context of like people trying to act as though a children's movie, in order to be good, needs to be an adult film, pretty much, or a film or a book series or whatever made for teenagers or for older people. And I'm like, no, just because like we can have books for children or movies for children or TV shows for children that can still be just as complex without adding the adult stuff into it, like the stuff that's going to confuse a child enough, not just go over their heads, but confuse them enough to make them tune out of it. Like there's a difference between that.
Most great children's content
is great.
I was going to say most children's content is good for kids and adults alike because it's so well realized.
Well, no, that's called family content. A lot of people mix up children's content and family content.
Okay.
What's sad is that the Lion King made billions of dollars by lying to people about being like the original. Yep. And you know what?
Yeah.
No one went to go see Mufasa. Oh, check out the Discord. We got another Deaderex.
Oh boy.
Let's see what we got this time.
Please give something glorious.
It's blushing.
Oh no!
Oh my did you use the Halo sniper rifle? I feel like that's somehow sacrilegious.
That is glorious. Look at it. Look at Sniper Chan, who is so embarrassed to be next to her hubby.
God.
What I love is that you gave the hat hair coming out of it. The irony being that Kevin wears the cap initially because he is balding horrifically. He does that to hide it.
My
That
God.
I find that just hilarious that the cap, the sniper
that's
rifle has
glorious.
more hair than he does. Oh,
Because that's his girlfriend.
yeah.
He's got a sniper rifle, guys.
That for hate clicks, YouTube pretended to be deeply offended and caring about this because the entertainment press decided that Rachel Zegler was the current hate target was just bizarre. And none of this conspiracy shit about are there dwarves, are there not dwarves, did they change the whole story, is this political bullshit? Are you going to apologize to what is
Changing-
still 20
Oh, wait, okay,
Changing a whole story isn't political. That is kind of a really important thing that people shouldn't do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like you're okay. Sure, great. We're gonna take the Prestige and we're going to make a movie out of it. Awesome. Except we're going to replace the character, and the new character is going to be Madame Curie. It's like okay. And her main love interest is going to be Amelia Earhart, and it's like what? And the story is now actually going to be about them going on a trip to the beach in the Bahamas. What? And this is based on the Prestige. What's the Prestige?
I mean, there's a reason why a lot of people, when they look at book to movie adaptations, that people really don't appreciate when they say we took liberties and they just butchered a good chunk of shit.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I really like Kenneth Branagh. I abhor what the fuck he did to Artemis Fowl. I don't know if it was him or it was Disney. Someone was responsible for that hot mess, and I want to strangle them. And if that means strangling one of the best Shakespeare filmmakers to have ever lived, I will do it.
I have the amazing wait, it was me, Raymond. It was me, Raymond. Shame.
Shame. Yeah,
Absolute shame.
Again, gonna learn about my gun fetish. Titania says, watch Pixar's Win or Lose. It's an awesome show. I've never heard of that.
Same.
Pixar did a show?
Oh.
Yes, correct, Moopa. There is changes from book to the show, where it is factually better. I fully admit that. But I was using the example of when people blatantly change it overall.
Yeah, it's like look, even though they are not effectively the same story, Who Goes There and John Carpenter's The Thing have the same heart to them. Where you can say that it's not a faithful adaptation of Who Goes There, or even the 1950s The Thing, but it is, at the heart of it, still a great film based upon a similar premise. There is a level of grace that can be granted to something that in its own right is still very good. This is a bad film that is also a bad adaptation.
Yeah, you can look at Snow White as being one of those
I'll be right
adaptations that actually added a lot to the story. Even though that I am really annoyed that they took out a big chunk of the story, they still added a lot to it to kind of make up for it. Because the dwarves in the Grimm adaptation of the story, I guess the quote unquote original one from what we have, that the dwarves aren't really characterized. They are just the dwarves. They
aren't even
don't
named,
really.
are they?
No, they're not. Yeah, they're just there. They're a big conglomerate of things called a dwarf, and they all don't have individual personalities. That is something that Disney himself invented for the film, and There were also other things that were added and subtracted to the film, but overall, that was done specifically in order to adapt it from a book into a movie. And
Also, no, I was going to say, fun fact, actually, this is something that I learned after looking into Snow White as a film, because I just wanted to learn the history of everything in the early days of Disney, and when the original film was being made, Walt Disney personally gave a quote-unquote bounty to every single animator slash person working at Disney at the time, that if they had a joke that was better slash was just good, that they would add it in, and Walt Disney would personally give them $100.
nice.
Which is huge at the time. You need to understand, like, I'm not the biggest fan of Snow White as a film. Like, it's not really, it's wonderful historically, and I appreciate it from a distance. It just, doesn't necessarily the strictest appeal to me. But I adore what I know about the development of it. Like, first full-length animated film to ever be developed, and Disney felt so passionately about it that I can't remember, it was after some premiere of one of his shorts that he said, we're going to do this, and here's how we're going to do this. And he basically stood up in front of every one of his animators and acted out the entire movie himself. His idea, just stood up and just did it completely live in front of all of them to give them the idea of what that he wanted to make. And that was the passion. That was the energy that he brought. And the fact that they couldn't bring the same to this, that it feels so corporate and slimy at every other step instead of genuinely inspired by something, it disgusts me.
Yeah. Also, they had to cut some stuff out of the original film because the prince was supposed to have a much bigger role in that story, but they just didn't have room for him. So what they did instead is they took what was going to happen to the prince in Snow White and they gave that to Prince Philip in the Sleeping Beauty story.
Oh, he's got the dragon fight.
Yeah. All of that was supposed to happen in Snow White.
Oh,
Was it a dragon fight in Snow White?
I'm not sure about the dragon fight, but something similar to that. Like, it was supposed to be that he would have, like, this whole journey to go and find her, and that he would be captured and put in a dungeon, and then he'd have to escape from the dungeon in order to go rescue her.
Oh, they also cut the prince because they were still learning how to animate people, and he was really hard to do. Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, they like animating Snow White was exceptionally hard, and despite how they wanted to put a lot of things for Prince Philip, they couldn't get the animation done, and so a good chunk of shit was just scrapped because Disney at the time was putting everything into this project to the point where even with his and I believe his brother's vast fortune, they still had to go to a particular bank. I don't know which one. They had to show them a rough cut of the film and basically say, please finance this. And how the story went is that they were 100%. $100 then is $5,000. Jesus fuck.
Well,
anyway,
Muba clarify it's $100 by today's.
Yeah, 100 stated standards. But regardless, the story goes of Walt Disney sitting with these bank executives. No one talked for the entirety of the movie, and Walt was utterly horrified because he thought that this was going to go down. But then all the bankers said, we will finance this, this, and this, and we will get this cut. We will buy into this. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snow White
I love it.
The original Snow White is an amazing feel-good story. This film is one of the most heartbreaking ones, honestly.
Yeah.
This remake was an absolute cash grab.
Yes.
It was.
Or attempted one, anyway.
And, like, I thought that Wish was the cash grab that was going to insult Snow White, because all of the sidekick friends and stuff are all supposed to be the seven dwarves and stuff like that. But they are.
Huh. You'd be forgiven since they don't have personalities.
Yeah.
You'd be forgiven because I forgot they existed.
23-year-old actress who's been in 3 fucking movies that you turned into a target for the worst kind of bullshit over this?
She turned herself into the target.
Yeah,
Okay.
here's the thing. Okay, you go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and say, like, if this actress has received like any kind of like legitimate hate, or like not maybe legitimate, like if they get like death threats and all that, I'm not okay with any of that, right? But being on social media, and like from what I've seen of several examples, if you are a person with any kind of following, or if you are someone who is like in a big production, you have to watch what you say. Like, you have to be careful about what you say on social media, because it could go south real fucking fast.
Yeah. And this is what I say about like sexism in the reverse direction, because my guy, this is an adult woman who can take care of herself and her own image and how she portrays herself. You don't need to come in and fucking white knight for her by saying, oh, you guys are just being mean to a woman on the internet. No, she did this to herself. She can take accountability for her own actions.
Yes.
I think by and large, if you talk to the people who decided against going to Snow White, it would not surprise me if like half or more cited Rachel Zegler in her comments. It would not surprise me with how like bad the movie is currently doing.
Infantilization a la the Victorian attitude. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. No one forced Rachel Zegler to run her mouth. Yeah, exactly. Watch
Exactly.
face.
Weird. Anyway.
Farm clicks say, you know, oh, hey, we shouldn't have done that. This was actually based on nothing. No? Yeah, but the movie is fine. I mean, I don't mean to bury the lead, but really, other than saying, yeah, it's very pretty, the songs are good.
No, oh my god, that movie, like every clip I've seen of that movie looks ugly. The color grading, whatever like post-processing they've done, whatever CGI effects, that forest doesn't look fucking real in that photo. I don't know what it is they did to this film, but it looks like there's a slather of Vaseline over everything.
Oh, the city after the queen takes over, it's like everybody lost every piece of their wardrobe that wasn't gray or black or beige. It's like really just, wow, this is over dramatization. And personally, I am now reminded because of the woods. Oh yeah, the huntsman scene. They're picking apples. Snow White hands an apple to the huntsman, and he says directly, "You are very kind. Run before I change my mind."
Wow.
Jesus.
He explicitly says before I change my mind.
Wait, okay. You've just picked an apple from this orchard right here, and you have handed it to me. You have removed from me a minor inconvenience of having to pick an apple myself. Thank you. You're very kind.
Guys, remember that like you have to place your heart into this box to prove that she is dead. Guess what he actually places instead of a pig heart?
What?
He puts an apple.
Ugh.
They couldn't look. I fucking hate this. Just because it's a children's movie doesn't mean you can just scrub the blood away. Blood is fine. Kids see blood all the time.
You cannot tell me that Gal Gadot as the evil queen holding a heart in her hand could not be a really metal as fuck scene.
She just holds it up and Kal-El, no.
Oh, they had her redo that take and it was still bad.
Oh god.
People can sing. All of the actors can sing. I'm not actually still sure
Okay,
whether
all
or
of the
not
actors can sing. No. You can honestly tell where Gal Gadot is switched out for someone who can actually sing.
I mean, that's a lot of the original singers and voice actors in the cartoon films as well. But like,
yeah, I can agree to that.
Yeah, but that's why I never really took a whole lot of stock in like who can sing and who can't. And I know that I am of the minority opinion when I say that I don't really care about the songs of the live action Beauty and the Beast film, because that wasn't really the most important thing to me. But to each their own.
And I'm Javert. Anyway.
I will say though, Rachel Zegler, really good singer. I can agree. I can say that. Like the thing about the songs that my roommate actually posited to me is like they're all trying to be the big song of the movie. Like everyone wants to be like, say, "Let It Go" from Frozen, to use as an acronym sort of thing. Like everyone's like really high pitched, bombastic, poppy sort of type. Again, there's only 2 songs from the original Snow White that make it.
That's so disheartening, considering the music was such at the heart. God.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I can still remember "Whistle While You Work," and I could not tell you a modern song from the remake.
I
Prince
gotta
of
wonder.
Times, actually.
I gotta wonder, like, why do they consider these live action remakes if they're trying to change as much of the story as possible, but just like if they're trying to make like a story that is completely divorced from everything and anything other than the name of the story, why would you still call it that?
Well, I mean, the obvious answer is cash grab, but on the creative front,
Well, yeah.
it's like, I don't know. Like, I think people just get up in their own heads about creating their version of something and completely miss what the original was about in that.
Yeah.
I'm going to actually say something that might be a deep cut. The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody parody of Snow White is the better version. I still remember it because the way that they did it for the comedy is that they made Snow White like ridiculously stupid. So when the huntsman scene happens, he pulls out the knife and is like dramatically going to stab her. She turns around, sees that he has a knife, and she goes like, "Oh, cool, you have a knife!" And she grabs it out of his hand and uses that to cut the apples off the tree.
That's great.
Can actually sing because she just kind of has a shouting being evil song. I'm also not sure if Gal Gadot can act yet. Like some of the Disney movies, the live action, okay, they can be good, bad, whatever. I feel like as a film critic, I am asked to care a little too much about live action Disney movies that are the equivalent of waiting in line at theme park stuff. This is a movie to entertain small children with dancing and singing and funny dwarves. It's basically just, hey, do you want to see the memorable parts of Snow White done out in live action in like sets that look exactly like they're supposed to, characters that look like they're supposed to? Yeah, okay, if that's your criteria, that's the movie.
What?
I cannot count the number of things that were just wrong in that entire tirade.
Yeah.
Like I was like, should I pause here? Should I pause here? Should I pause here?
You're waiting for a time for it to stop, but
well, I'm also waiting for a time for we didn't already touch upon something in here. For one, Bob, it's all the good parts. Well, no, they're all the good parts. So what parts were cut out? If we're just skipping to like it's like they all look how they should be. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Like actually qualify this. What do you mean you're being asked to care too much about what's a film to keep babies entertained? Really? Babies.
I mean, yeah, and if the movie's sole purpose is just to keep babies entertained, it's not a good movie.
And, well, considering babies being entertained, well, when I went to the theater, it was me, my brother, and one other guy named Mike. Mike was cool. He it was like halfway
Mike
through the
was a
movie.
chill dude.
Yeah, we realized it was just us. He walked over, sat next to my brother, and just said, "Hey, I'm Mike." And they said, "What's up, Mike?" We kind of just started shitting on the movie while we were
And
watching
suddenly, Mystery Science Theater.
Basically, yes.
So which one of you? So the other two of you guys are robots, right?
Of course. But I actually asked him, like, so why are you here? And he was like, "Oh yeah, I work for the local paper and I have to make a review about this."
Oh, I don't think parents would show
then,
this to the kids, the CGI dwarves. Yeah,
they're terrifying. It's they would probably scare kids, honestly.
I was going to say, like, God, I had a thought. You continue. Sorry, I apologize.
I was going to say, I asked, like, so, like, Mike's, like, are you the one that usually does the movie reviews? Yeah, a good chunk of movie reviews, local news, that sort of thing. It's me and, like, 3 other people. We do we rotate out for movie reviews and such. And then my brother asks, so why are you stuck here? And then his response was, I lost a bet. Frankly, Mike, I don't know where you are, but Godspeed to you, sir.
It's like you might as well just watch fucking G-Force then, Bob. Like how is this any worse than like the fucking movie about hamster secret agents? Or
Oh, I
guinea
forgot
pigs,
about
rather.
that thing that existed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember it being hearing it was an awful film. Like, I just remember seeing the trailers and being like, well, that looks awful. And then hearing, yeah, it was awful. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Damn.
Well, I was right.
Same that.
And again, we spent a goddamn year with the internet losing, not just even the internet, like regular press thing. This escaped containment where like regular media figures were having...
They were the ones to report on it first.
This is how we knew
This
about
all
it.
started back with Peter Dinklage.
The movie has so the movie didn't release, it escaped.
I didn't know that he didn't know how reporting worked. That's amazing.
I love the image, like this escaped from like an SCP containment area. Like it is someone stopped staring at the film and it like broke their neck and just ran. Like that fucking statue creature.
to talk about this bullshit. Biggest proof positive ever that all of this bullshit from YouTube gossip, scoop culture stuff.
Why is
all the
Max
usual
Headroom
suspects
there?
of that have no fucking idea what they're
What did he
talking
do?
about. And I know that that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not this movie is good, but all of that subsumed all of the talk about this movie to the point when that was a bigger story than the making of the film itself. And
No, it was the making of the film itself that was the issue, Bob. That was why people had the problems. It was that,
Also,
we're not
issue
going to
after
have
issue
actual
after
dwarves
issue.
playing the dwarves. We're going to CGI in some fucking dwarves because people didn't want to see... Bob!
My boy is dying over here. Help him, Bob.
Oh, SCP-173 Snow White 2025. Object Keter class.
SCP-17 Snow White containment level 0.
maybe that was inevitable because there isn't that much else to this other than what's a live action Snow White movie? This. It's not like the Jungle Book where they actually did like change up the ending and themes and a lot of the stuff about Kipling's Jungle Book.
Wait.
No, that's a beloved
No?
film, I'm pretty sure. People really like the live action Jungle Book.
They
Both
do,
versions.
and the whole thing of like, this isn't like this where they changed a bunch of things and they messed it up. It's not like that, but it is though, my dude. Again, a lot of shit got
Radically.
changed.
And not to mention,
Okay, so-
if I understand it correctly, the Jungle Book, the things they changed still kept the heart of the story intact,
for
right?
the most part.
Yeah, so it's like, what about this live action Snow White kept to the heart of the story? Like, because it doesn't seem like there's anything there.
The
No,
dwarves
Moopa,
are
I think
afterthought.
he hasn't rewatched the original Snow White. And either that or he didn't pay it much mind. Which honestly, I could see Bob being like, "Oh, it's old, so I'm not going to really it's not worth really keeping an eye on."
Because didn't he say like the live action was more or less like a 1-to-1 to the original Snow White movie?
Yes.
Yes, he
Yeah.
said that, and
Even though it's absolutely not.
I have to have great reverence for a good chunk of Disney animation movies like the originals or even the Renaissance such because, well, I frankly owe my existence to the Little Mermaid. No, actually, my father, his first date idea, when he was courting my mother, fell through, and he decided, "Hey, do you want to see the Little Mermaid?"
Damn.
Yeah.
And then 9 months later, you were wait, no,
No, actually, I'm the youngest of my siblings, so
9 months later, you're
so 18 months later, you were
Book, and that was interesting. Or Cinderella, where they did different things from the original. Or Beauty and the Beast, where they actually did like revise and refresh parts of that. You know, Pinocchio.
They didn't really revise or refresh. They just added in a couple of small little things that people complained as a plot hole for the original film. Like, where's the mother? Why is the mother never a thing in these stories? So they added in a very small subplot about the mother. Or they added like what happened to the fairy after she came and cursed the prince. So she was there in the background watching over him the whole time. Like these are very, like I said, these are very tiny, inconsequential changes or additions that they made into the film. They're not good, they're not bad. They are neutral aspects of the story that make it unique from the cartoon.
The new Little Mermaid Aquafina scene ended many relationships. So here's the thing: it defined many relationships. Either you walked out of the ending of that film, or you walked out at that scene, and whether or not you walked out together was the determining factor.
Yeah,
some relationships are made stronger that night.
Yes.
Well, I mean, my dad took my old lady to that simply because she was a huge fan of animation and Disney movies in particular. So he just like decided to shoot his shot with that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Had like an entirely different ending and thematics to it. This just is Walt Disney's Snow White with realistic people. Okay,
No.
yeah, all right, that's
There was no bandits in the original Disney version.
Snow
there were no
White
bandits.
wasn't saved by the guards in the original.
There were not even bandits in the original Grimm fairy tale version that the Disney was adapted from.
Oh.
By the way, Disney had changed that quite significantly because Snow White was 7 years old for most of the book.
Also, another thing to be pointed out, it's a plot point in the very end of the movie that everybody recognizes. It's Princess Snow White, and they stand together with her to fight off the fascist queen. When when Snow White finds her Prince Charming stealing food from the castle, he doesn't recognize her.
Huh. Oh, Titania, wasn't she saved by the huntsman?
That's at the beginning of the film, not the end. We're talking about the end of the film.
Yeah. Wait, was the huntsman and the prince the same person or different people in the...
Different people.
Okay, good. That's important.
She's 14 in the original movie, yes, but in the book she was 7 years old, and she lived for I think several years with the dwarves. And she lived.
Sorry.
She lived with the dwarves, and I think she still aged even after she had been poisoned by the apple. So she was still technically growing while she was quote unquote dead.
Yeah, it was. It's set in the
animation.
original. Yeah, it was set in the original showing. I might be misremembering this, but then they say like several seasons pass, and like the Prince Charming hears rumors of Snow White, and that's what gets him to come and deliver true love's first kiss.
Yeah.
The more interesting thing that I can say about it is that all of the pre-chatter about this was just such dumb, meaningless bullshit, and none of it turns out to have been for anything. Everyone was mad about nothing.
It sounds like everyone...
There's probably a lesson in that. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, so
there's a lesson there. Don't know what, but there is there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds like there were things to be pissed about, and they did have an effect. This movie is going to be one of the biggest box office bombs Disney has ever had. I'm sorry, Bob. You're an idiot. But that's the definition of today's story, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Bob's an idiot.
Oh.
He's not your uncle. He's just an idiot.
Alrighty. Well then, I think we're going to start winding down. Chris Hansen. So, Magic Mirror, what does you say about 7-year-old Snow White?
What was this about the 7-year-old being the fairest of them all?
I have a transcript.
But yes, does anyone here have anything they want to promote?
I unfortunately have been behind because today I got back from several annoying plane trips.
Ooh, fun.
Oh yeah, it was totally fine where I was trying to get my connecting flight, and then it's like, oh yeah, I have like 45 minutes after we land, so that's going to be a piece of cake. Delayed landing for 50 minutes.
Oh. Yep.
That sucks. I think I'll go back to streaming this week, I guess, like no, it can't be Saturday because I'll be doing a belated birthday dinner with my mom because we didn't want to we didn't want to do anything because I was sick on my birthday, if you guys remember that. And then we couldn't meet each other because she was going on a trip to Portugal and she just came back. So now we can hang out now that I'm no longer dying and she's free from her trip.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll do the reaction to the new Digimon stuff as well.
James, do you have anything you want to throw out?
I'm a mainly video game content creator. I stream on Twitch. Let's see. Saturdays, sometimes Sundays if me and the girlfriend are in the mood. Monday and Tuesday, I normally play stuff like Final Fantasy 14. Just started playing Infinite Wealth, like a dragon.
I will have to judge you with one thing. What's your class for 14?
Well, I'm trying to learn everything, but when it comes to doing main story, it's Black Mage, and that's just because it's what I started with and it's tradition at this point.
Respectable.
he was gonna rip you something if you picked something wrong.
I specialize in mascot.
Well, of course. We always need
You're the mouse.
Yes. I joke, but like that's actually a class in Final Fantasy X too.
It is.
Yeah.
You get big old Moogle outfit, like what you get Moogle, Cactar, and Tonberry. Those were the three.
Yep.
And I'm still hard at work on my Hero video. Still working on Sentinel. Still working on fixing Ruby. We just got all of the new artists in, and they're getting settled in. We're going to be divvying up scenes soon enough. I got to start recording that. The script is 160 pages. It's
160 pages of really cool stuff. I can confirm that.
Yep, it's a chunky boy, and I'm excited to get it all out there for you guys. But yeah, I keep saying that I'm gonna stream working on Gunpla, but I haven't. I've been working on other things late into the night. Hopefully, once I'm finished with like making a really interactive Pathfinder character sheet and working on some other things for a tabletop, I'll be able to stream me working on it. I just got the RX 78-2 Gunpla, which is like the 30th anniversary version of the Gunpla.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing that one as my first one, which I think is fitting. I also finally got all of my primer, my paint, and my finisher for whenever I get started on my Armored Core mech, so I can actually paint it and make it look the way I want. Pathfinder is great. PF2. I'm sorry, no, Pathfinder 1. Pathfinder 1. It's amazing. But yes, that's all really. Thank you all so much for watching our Bad Fanfiction Night. 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Fridays. You can join us in the server for $1 or more to my Patreon, or by joining here as a member and getting all the cool emotes when we're streaming.
Where we are still, I think, reading Ruby Project Alpha?
Yes, we should be reading, I think, 2 more sessions worth of it at the very least. We'll see. We'll see how crazy it gets. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, the background's still doing the weird thing. Well, that's fine.
Uh-oh.
I don't know why it fades in and out like that. I would have to figure that out. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Goodbye.
Yeah, man.
Have a good one.